happy, though. I'm not going to lie. Even though I love seeing him when he's here. He's just playing over there with my sister.
We're just in a slight lull here whilst I'm just trying to grab some stuff and go and get some more info on the storm hopefully soon from more recon passes. So sit tight, everyone. Next National Hurricane Center update in just over an hour. AF306 is heading in.
Yeah, Nathan, I gotta go. I'll be back later.
Yep. Following the NOAA plane, it's southwest to northeast. We should get some data from them soon. NOAA 3, more updates. They're just going through hurricane force winds in the northeast side. When was that drops on? That's an old drops on. So no new SOND data. But we're keeping it completely on top of this recon info. Do we think the eye will make a direct landfall on Jamaica or stay just south? It's looking increasingly as though it will stay to the south, which is obviously good news. We go to the slightly transparent view here, and even that's not very helpful, is it? Let me try and trace the coastline of Jamaica. Something like that. I think the island was actually a little bit further northwest. And you can see that some of the big bulk of the storm is now reaching the coast. And if we follow the eye, the last frame there was around here. There it is, perfect. And the direction it's been going this morning, it's been going that way. So if it keeps going like that, this is the northern eye wall. We'll miss Jamaica. But still, if we get some jogs northwards, or maybe even some further movement northwards, then the northeast eye wall could still easily impact the land area there, and then hurricane force winds on the north side of that, all along this area possible. So we're still looking at possible hurricane force winds in Kingston and a possible eye wall for some of the smaller places to the south, all the way down to Portland Point. Thankfully, there aren't that many places south of Kingston in terms of latitude, but there are a few. Of course, Old Harbour being one of those, just a little bit further towards the southern point. And then you've got Hayes, and then you've got much smaller communities all around those areas as well, which could get impacted by this. And then Alligator Pond later on, further to the west, which could get, of course, if the storm is gradually moving west-northwest, could actually get the strongest impacts as well. Shooting it back to these webcams as we watch the situation. Is it changing yet? Well, maybe visibility is just decreasing slightly there, but it's hard to tell without it zooming out. Oh, okay. This is the western side of the harbor, and looks like it's disappeared. This is looking at Portmore, and clearly they're getting a rain band right now. There's another viewpoint there. So they're definitely getting rained on in the western part of Kingston. I don't know how I missed that before, but there it is. A significant band moving through by the looks of things. So it doesn't look terribly windy, but we're certainly seeing a significant rain shower right now. Could Jamaica pull?
If you could imagine your ideal way of working, what would it look like? Monday.com can make it your reality. With Monday.com, every business, no matter the industry or size, can simply work better. Monday.com adapts to every team's needs and connects departments in one unified workspace, giving the entire organization the ability to zoom out, track all moving parts, and make smarter decisions in real time. Get everyone aligned towards the same goals with built-in features, like Monday Work Forms that help you kick off projects and seamlessly collect data, and Monday Work Docs to co-edit and collaborate on ideas in real time. With over 180,000 customers across 200 industries, Monday.com empowers you to achieve whatever you do, however you do it. Go to Monday.com and start your free trial today.
All's well that sends well with email marketing from Constant Contact. Our drag and drop editor makes it easy to create branded emails that look great on any device. And with hundreds of professionally designed templates, it's easy to send beautiful emails that connect with customers. Try email marketing for free at constantcontact.com.
That the eye diameter might be something like 20 miles as well. And you've got the eye wall outside of that. So whatever distance I read out, the eye wall will be closer than that. Eastern tip of Jamaica, it's 123 kilometers. For Kingston, it's 170 kilometers. I think it might be closer than that, actually, but maybe knock a few off that. And it's about 180 kilometers from Portland Point. So again, this storm getting closer and closer and starting to be felt in various parts of the island with rainfall, first of all. And you can clearly see on this imagery that the even though it is visibility down there as we look out towards the barrier island, rain is falling, but not seeing much in terms of winds. But that will change potentially quite quickly. We've been watching the recon planes go in and out of the storm. They extend, winds extend probably to the eastern part of Jamaica. And we should be seeing some storm force winds happen here pretty soon. Cesar, your thoughts on the potential Mexican impact then if this storm doesn't
Can
make...
you repeat?
Potential thoughts on the Mexican impact then if this storm doesn't make a direct hit on Jamaica?
I mean, I really hope that the storm gets weaker than we predicted last night. But of course, hoping the best for Jamaica, that storm will make landfall. Unfortunately for Mexico, that means the storm will get stronger as it gets close to Mexico. Well, people have been already in Mexico advised to take all the precautions and getting prepared for any case scenario about the approach of this tropical cyclone. So it's expected to make landfall in Yucatan Peninsula by Friday. So people has only less than 36 hours to prepare and to get already everything done for the arrival of this storm. So hopefully it won't be that it won't be a significant impact. Hopefully weaker than it's already is right now. Well, it's quite strong yet, but
I don't know.
weaker.
Don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to hope that that the system will be much weaker than it is right now. But we just sort of predicted it will remain a major hurricane until it making landfall.
And later on, of course, with you being in Nuevo Leon, very close, we're well inside the cone, aren't you?
Well, it's a 5-day forecast, and anything could be possible. Still not sure how far north or how far south it will go, but definitely the cone. I'm well inside the cone of uncertainty, and if it does, well, we are going to have another tropical cyclone here, in hopefully much weaker, and let's see how bad it goes, because with Alberto we received a lot of rain and damage was done here in my HQ as well. So let's see.
AF306 are in the eye right now. I don't know if if this part of the data has got the lowest pressure so far, but they're giving it 953.9. They may have squeaked in a slightly lower pressure after that data drop. I don't know yet. We'll only know in about 10 minutes, but 953.9, which is, again, a little bit higher there. And this time around, they only got 75 knot flight level winds in the southwest quad, although the SFMRs were still higher, around 95 knots. And of course, they're following in the footsteps of the previous pass, which was NOAA 3. And in the same southwest eye wall, they got SFMRs of 110 knots and flight level winds of 95. So rapidly evolving here, because on both fronts it's dropped over 10 knots there in only half an hour. Really interested to see what they'll find in the northeastern quadrant, which is where they're heading to next for that next recon pass. So, but, well, very interesting there, and possibly a sign of weakening, but we won't get too excited about that yet. We've not had any other drop zones of interest recently, so we're still just getting the flight level data. So we're still watching this storm as it draws nearer to Jamaica, looking at those cameras every so often as well, and producing some rainfall. Another rain band that went through Kingston not long ago that we were watching. It's now just moved out of the area. You can still see the edge of it moving along there to the west as we look at Kingston Harbour. How many days until the storm behind it catches up? It won't catch up. It will always be a couple of days behind Beryl. 96L is what you're talking about there. That area of interest, which National Hurricane Center only gave a 20% chance earlier, and they are still at 20% now. And I think that's low. I think that's too low. I think that should be 40% again, because later on in the forecast period, there is increasing confidence now of potential development. But that's another system that's going to keep us guessing all the way through. But the good thing that we can tell you about that is that it didn't become a tropical storm as it reached the Lesser Antilles, which is what the last thing that they would have wanted. The Windward Islands, which have obviously got devastated by Beryl just a couple of days ago. And now Beryl moving in towards Jamaica. Its next location ticked off on its itinerary, and still moving closer and closer to the island, with the latest estimate being 117 kilometers off the coast.
That's very close. So tropical storm force winds could start to packing up in the very south coast of Jamaica.
Yep, and indeed probably already happening in some places, although we haven't seen anything like that on the cameras yet. But we'll keep looking. We'll keep watching these. Global weather update says looks like its shear to its west is thinning out, and that it may be able to intensify between the Cayman Islands and when it reaches the Yucatan. Oh yes, it definitely could. But satellite imagery is still pretty inconclusive. You look into the eye of the storm there, and obviously the eye temperature is still greatly struggling, but every time it blows up just a little bit more on those cloud tops on the eastern side again, and keeps trying to wrap up, and it is succeeding every time. It's got a closed eye wall. It was probably open earlier on, and it looks like it's closed at this time. Look at those latest radar frames. It won't show you the whole eye there because it's near the edge of the radar. But once again, you're seeing a very powerful inner eye wall, and those bands which are really pushing through, and we're getting some really persistent heavy rain which will be reaching the eastern tip of Jamaica round about now. And a little good news though is that it increasingly looks like this motion vector will continue, it's almost certain now that Kingston will be spared the inner eye wall, but they could still get hurricane force winds. It is not certain yet that the southern parts of the island, from Portland Point westwards, will be spared the inner eye wall, but just a little bit further west, and it will. But all these places could still get hurricane force winds in the next few hours, and of course, there could still be 1 or 2 jogs to the north, which would put some of those places, smaller communities along the south coast, under the very strongest winds, which of course right now are of up to 145 miles per hour, which is about 230 kilometers per hour sustained. We'll keep that data coming in. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. We can take questions. And a question about 91E. I don't know why people are asking so much about 91E. It's this disturbance in the Eastern Pacific that looks awful right now off the coast of Mexico. Whether it will form, whether it will become a tropical storm, a tropical depression. If it does become a TS, it will be a very short one. About 40% chance. Off the coast of Mexico. And it is an early... it would be the first storm of the season in the Eastern Pacific. Very, very late start over there. Still hasn't had a storm. Looking at more satellite imagery, again, it's looking poorer on the latest frames, I got to tell you. Western eye wall looks to be dying off a bit there with those cloud tops. Eastern side had a little burst. It's moved around to the northern side. And in general, the areas of black and getting towards those whiter colors as those cloud tops sink towards the -80s, less common in the northern side, although maybe a little bit more fleshed out there in the southwest. We still haven't got any further info from the AF306 mission, or the NOAA 3 for that matter. NOAA 3 might be going north to south shortly. But we got no updates at the moment. Let me just double check some of the drops on. No, nothing of note recently. So if you've just joined us, Beryl is still a very powerful Category 4 storm. Estimated winds near 145 miles per hour. As we enter another hour of coverage here, it's now 9 a.m. in Jamaica and 10 a.m. for most of the rest of the region, as we watch this storm crawl towards the south coast of the country. Let's go back and take a look at the visible imagery again, looking better as we enter more daylight, with those high cloud tops reaching over the eastern part of the island. Let's look back at some of those webcams. As you can see, a much cloudier picture now, even though it's not raining at this time. At least it doesn't look like it is there at the harbor. Once again, looking there at this camera towards the hills. Looks like it's still rainy over there. And this is a close-up, another camera that's rotating a lot. One of the streets there. It still doesn't look particularly wet, actually. It may not have actually rained at that particular spot in the last bands that we got. I don't know how, though. It surely must have done. But certainly this camera being at an elevation, you would think that we would get the strongest winds up here. But still, it looks pretty calm, doesn't it? All the trees down there not really swaying very much at all. Every so often you can see one that's closer to the camera on this, which might give us a better indication. But still relatively calm in Kingston, and tropical storm force winds should be beginning somewhere around here very soon indeed. As we look back out to the harbour. AF306 has updated again, and it did get 953.9 in the eye. It didn't get any lower than that. So again, a pressure increase there, according to that extrapolation, really would only support probably 954. It had such low winds on the southwest quadrant, but in the northeast, it's just got 130 knot flight level winds, and it got just shy of 110 knot SFMRs. So again, painting the picture of a weakening storm here, a little bit more weakening by the looks of things. Personally, to me, that only sounds like it supports 130 miles per hour. Still, it would make it a Category 4, but it does sound like this storm has weakened some, and we'll see what the National Hurricane Center say in an hour. But some healthier signs that this storm might be starting to weaken. It won't be enough for Jamaica, though. Hurricane force winds expected all along the south coast of the island. Reiterate the warnings that are currently in effect if you haven't heard the latest. Hurricane warning for those red zones, Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. Hurricane watch is still in effect for the south coast of Haiti, from the border with the Dominican Republic to Anstahino, and the east coast of the Yucatan Peninsula, from Chetumal to Cabo Catoche. A tropical storm warning also still for the Dominican Republic, from Punta Palenque westward to the border with Haiti, and the south coast of Haiti, from the border with the Dominican Republic to Anstahino. I would expect that the tropical storm warning will be lifted for the Dominican Republic at the next advisory, and the hurricane watch will also be lifted in Haiti. But that's just my expectation. A tropical storm watch for the coast of Belize, from south of Chetumal to Belize City. And once again, expectations as we continue to watch these cameras today. Storm surge in Jamaica, possibly up to 9 feet. They are expecting it to be 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels in areas of onshore winds along the immediate coast of Jamaica, and a storm surge of 2 to 4 feet in the Cayman Islands, 1 to 3 feet for Hispaniola, 3 to 5 feet for the Yucatan Peninsula. We're still looking at this camera at Kingston, and I'm just going to leave this with you for a few seconds here whilst I do a little change around. I'll be just a sec.
Oh, the eye is finally getting into radar range.
Certainly is. I'll show you the latest radar loop in just a sec as well here. Probably don't. Oh, yeah, we do have a new frame actually on that radar. Here it is. That's the latest there. You know what? That's actually looking like the southwest eye wall is wide open there. And it would explain why those winds have been so low. I think they only get 75 knots in the last pass there on that southwest eye wall. And this would be a very good explainer as to why, because according to this radar, it's not the far side of the storm from the radar's perspective. So I'm pretty confident in saying there that the southwest eye wall looks like it is quite wide open. The rest of the storm, though, still looking quite good. That would certainly explain why it isn't strengthening.
My Mac decided to turn into a PS4 jet engine right now.
What?
It decided to do full blast.
Wow. A few comments thanking us for the coverage. No problem at all. This is what we're here for. We're usually best at early warning. I feel like we are at our best when the storms are days and days away, and we cover the forecast data and all of the other stuff that goes with it. But we do our best with actual landfall coverage as well, which historically has been a little bit of a weakness for us. But we're doing what we're doing here, and whenever we get info that's coming in, we'll bring it to you. But right now, this is the viewpoint on various points of Kingston. Again, still looking rather calm. The waters particularly there. Of course, it is a slightly sheltered zone, but nonetheless, it is still looking quite calm.
It's raining though.
Yep, there's been a bit of rain here and there. I don't think they're getting rain just this second, but there's some nearby, obviously, and more continuous bands will be moving through. Expected surge and winds in Kingston. Well, onshore winds will be pushing against that barrier island and the rest of the coastline. So exposed areas, 9 feet of storm surge. I really can't tell you what it might be in Kingston itself. I don't know. Honest answer, but you will get some kind of surge, I would imagine. And Miss, thank you very much for your comment. Appreciate that very much. And what happened to Cyclone History? That's one of our other channels. Although we haven't done too much on that. We do on this day on Cyclone History on its Twitter handle. But there is a website for that. It shows a lot of our research, mainly for the Westpac Reanalysis project. There's a lot more to do on that front. But it's not going to be today, is it? We're covering this instead right now. And how much rainfall will they get from Hurricane Beryl? That's something we actually haven't really touched on very much during this stream. Rainfall expectations. Now, the National Hurricane Center forecasts say that it will be 4 to 8 inches, with localized amounts to 12 inches across Jamaica through this evening, with an additional rainfall of 4 to 6 inches over the Tiburon Peninsula of Haiti. Life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides expected. And then 2 to 4 inches with maximums of 6 over the Cayman Islands. 2 to 6 inches with isolated maximums of 8 in the Yucatan Peninsula and northern Belize, with at least localized flash flooding expected. And that's about right. Models have said pretty similar to that. Certainly maximums 8, maybe slightly higher than that. But that's sort of the, isolated maximums of 12. Tommy Anderson, welcome to the club. Nice of you to join us there, becoming a member. Great to have you here as well. So our coverage continues, and we remain here for a little while longer yet as this storm pulls closer to Jamaica. We will definitely be here all the way through its closest pass if it doesn't make landfall, which at the moment the signs are showing that it may avoid landfall, but it's still very sensitive. Any jogs towards the north could induce a landfall. But in the meantime, at the moment, if it keeps going in the same direction, we will not be getting a landfall. AF306 updated it a little bit further, although no real exciting data coming in. They're just continuing through the northeast eye wall. NOAA 3 are still flying northwest. They're actually closer to Cuba now. So I don't know where they're going. Maybe, they finished. I'm sorry. They finished their mission. So NOAA 3 is heading out for good. And AF306 are still in it. I don't know what they're going to do next. I imagine they'll turn left, or maybe they'll turn right because of the land masses in the area. But AF306 is the only plane that's now still in the storm. National Hurricane Center will update at the end of this hour, and we will have that information for you when it comes out. I expect that they'll weaken it a little bit. Big question really is whether it will be 140 or 130 at the advisory. But the eye continues to struggle on that satellite imagery. Everyone says that time and again it looks like it's popping out, but it isn't. It's just holding around there. And from what we've seen on radar, it certainly looks like the southwestern eye is open. And just like that, yeah, saying that Beryl looks better in the last few frames. It's constantly blowing up rows of convection with its eye. It's certainly an intense eye wall, but don't be too fooled by it. The eye temperature's staying the same overall. It's staying quite the same, although with the recon data suggesting that we are seeing a little bit of weakening. I'll be interested to see if they got a drop sonde into there on that Air Force mission as well. They haven't done one in a while. Yeah, they haven't done one in over an hour. So it'd be nice if they did have a new bit of drop sonde data, but nothing at the moment. Let's do another position estimate. We've just received a new frame on satellite imagery. So we estimate now that the center of the eye is 116 kilometers from the eastern tip of Jamaica. It's 156 from Kingston, and it is 171 from Portland Point, the southernmost point in Jamaica, and is still heading west-northwest. And at the current trajectory, if it doesn't do any wobbling, which it probably will, we are currently projecting that Beryl will pass 50 kilometers south of Portland Point if it keeps going like this, but that could get shrunk a little bit. Any northward jogs will bring the eye wall over the south coast. New radar frame. Two things to point out, maybe three. The southwestern eye wall still pretty desolate, and it's not the furthest from the eye. It's the southeast that's not furthest from the radar. It's the southeast that's furthest from the radar there. And then you've got the bands, the northern bands there. Some significant rainfall moving over land now. Significant prolonged rainfall, which could produce very heavy torrential rain and flash flooding. And then also you've got a little squally band now that's moving through central Jamaica there, really showing some reds on that. So a short, sharp shower that could also cause some flash flooding with a very heavy rain rate there. And behind that, we really should be starting to see those tropical storm force winds get up here and reach Kingston relatively soon. Let's go back to those cameras right now. Latest viewpoint from Kingston on top of one of the hills there. And those trees still aren't moving, so it still looks rather calm and quiet there. And this is pretty much live. Down on the harbor, maybe just slightly breezy.
Yeah, definitely it's raining, but not that hard.
And again, looking at this little marina here, which gives us a better view of everything that's going on around us, because those two cameras zoom right in. But there's a lot of cloud cover there, quite a bit of rain in the distance there on the right. So we're getting quite a bit of this now, but Yeah, a bit of a breeze on those trees down the bottom, but really nothing special so far in Kingston. We don't really have any other viewpoints. But if it's safe to do so, please let us know where you are and what conditions you're seeing as you watch this stream right now. Erasmus says, will this hurricane get stronger as it passes Jamaica? Well, the further south it passes from a landfall, the better its chance is of maintaining or even strengthening as it moves on towards the Cayman Islands, of course. And maybe the Cayman Islands haven't had much love in this stream so far, but we are aware hurricane conditions likely on the Cayman Islands overnight tonight, and then on towards the Yucatan Peninsula, where we expect landfall tomorrow night, overnight into Friday.
There is lots of lightning in the eye wall.
Ah,
Yeah, tons.
are you showing us this?
I mean, yeah.
Oh, let's have a look at this just a sec. Jose's screen there showing, well, a few lightning flashes. I mean, it's not
There was
tremendous,
like,
but
earlier.
sorry?
There was some like all around, but now it's just showing like these for now. I'm not sure why.
It's not tremendous, but it's still, a fair bit of lightning. Always an indication that this eye wall could be strengthening a bit. But once again, look at that view there, and just that southwest side looking pretty appalling. There's hardly anything there.
Yeah.
I know it's near the radar edge still, but it shows a lot more on the southeast side, which is even further away. So I'm pretty sure that's quite legit there. But that arc of heavy rain in that northeastern side is pretty much level with what satellite is showing. You can see it there, that arc of cloud, really high cloud tops once again in these latest satellite frames on that northeastern side. And we're seeing cloud top minimums of -83 right now in that northeastern quad. But of course, an aircraft did just pass through there not long ago, the Air Force 306, and they got lower wind speeds than they got earlier in both flight level winds and SFMRs. They got 130 knot flight level, and they got just less than 110 knot SFMR, and they got an extrapolated pressure of 954. So if I was the National Hurricane Center, and I'm not, but if I was, I would probably give this storm 130 now and a pressure of 955. Unless we get some dropson data that adds a little bit more info. There was actually a dropson in the northeast eye wall, but that was only at the 987 millibar point, so it was quite far out. So pretty inconsequential there. Just double check. Oh, they did get an eye dropson. Just a sec here, guys. They got 955, 954. They got 955 with a light wind. So 954, 955, somewhere around there is going to be your pressure right now. What did you say, Cesar?
Yes, I was saying that it's like, at least in terms of pressure, it's a substantial weakening compared to the last advisory of 946 millibars.
Well, it was 952 at 8 a.m., but at 5 a.m. it was 946. So you look at the difference there coming up to 11 in 5 hours, and it's increased 8 millibars. So more than 1 millibar an hour, nearly 2.
Yeah, it's a gradual weakening, which is good, to be honest.
Of course.
But still a very dangerous storm. in Jamaica, the southern coast could receive the more severe impacts, not just by the wind or the rain, but also the storm surge or even flash flooding as well.
A little bit of a better visibility period there in Kingston right now. But again, plenty of clouds around and rain in the area. And this is going to continue throughout the day. Those winds are still going to increase. AF306 is now just off the coast of Haiti. They'll be turning one way or another shortly. I don't know if they're going to go west or south. But once they make their mind up, we'll be able to figure out where they might be going next, unless they're finishing, which NOAA 3 finished earlier. They're now flying over Cuba, heading out there back towards base. But again, as we watch these live pictures from Kingston at various points around the harbour, winds still appear light. And I think that's what people have been saying in the chat as well. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we can take your comments live, especially at the moment, since it appears we're in a bit of a lull with just the one recon flight now, and it's nowhere near the center. So Mike says, how strong do we think Beryl will get in the Gulf? Come on then, Cesar, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, based on the last night's updates, excuse me, we believe that it will re-emerge the Gulf of Mexico as a Cat 1 and intensify to a Category 2 hurricane before making landfall, possibly in the border between the state of Tamaulipas and United States, Texas.
That was the Force 13 update last night, and this is the NHC. Exactly. They're still going for a brief Category 1 peak before Mexico, but with Beryl's track record, I just think this is too low.
I do agree, and also with the behavior of the storm that has been literally over something, like literally battling all the forecasts. Excuse me. Definitely, I think it's very conservative to say that Beryl will be that weak. So I think.
But there is huge uncertainty over there.
Also, this is true. I mean, we don't know yet. The uncertainty of the conditions, it's there, but we've seen that the wind shear wasn't that high as expected initially, and could remain that way until it makes landfall in the Yucatan Peninsula. And then in Gulf of Mexico, the sea surface temperatures are extremely warm as well, and usually the conditions in the Gulf of Mexico are very favorable for additional intensification. So it will depend. It will depend a lot on how fast Beryl travels through the Yucatan Peninsula. It's moving quite fast, so maybe it won't get affected that much. But also, it won't have a lot of time to re-intensify if it keeps moving at the same pace as has been doing so far.
Leo Moore says, how many days is Beryl going to last as a Category 4 hurricane? It's felt like Groundhog Day, hasn't it, the last few days? We've been waking up to a Category 4 for 4 days in a row, pretty much. We're hoping that it's going to come to an end soon. If it's going to continue to struggle here, and if we can get some wind shear to rip it apart a little bit more, then it may lose Category 4 status later today. But as it stands right now, it is still at that Category 4 intensity. The good news, it appears, is that it looks like it's going to miss landfall in Jamaica unless we see a pretty sharp turn now to the north. Although it could still get very close to the southern tip at Portland Point. But for Kingston, at least, and some of the other large population centers, it looks like you will be spared the strongest winds. Now, let's see what else we have here. A lot more questions came in there. What is Beryl's cloud top temperature? And it's still throwing up very high cloud tops. It's battling, producing a lot of energy. We're still seeing minus 83 degrees Celsius cloud tops there. And we keep talking about these temperatures for those who maybe the layperson. The colder those cloud top temperatures are usually an indication that they're higher up in the atmosphere. It usually means that there's a lot more energy inside them, and usually means that the winds are stronger, and is used as an indirect observation measuring stick, really, to determine how strong a storm is. Couple that with the rest of the cloud tops in general, whether there's any gaps in the eye. Recon data obviously is top. They get direct data. This is on satellite. It's indirect data, and then you've got the eye appearance and eye temperature on satellite as well, which all goes towards putting up an estimate. If you're wondering about satellite estimates, though, earlier on they fell to 120 miles per hour, and actually on satellite alone, the estimate has fallen to just 117 miles per hour. But we know that the winds inside the storm are stronger than that. However, the National Hurricane Center is still keeping it well within the Category 4 range. They will update within half an hour. I think they'll probably I don't know what they'll do, but personally, I would put it down to 130 miles per hour, which would still keep it just about a Category 4 for now. What's our forecasted landfall in the Yucatan? I think a Category 3 landfall is very possible now in the Yucatan, and I would personally forecast that.
Also, we shouldn't rule out that Belize it's just south of the Yucatan Peninsula and could receive some storm effects as well. It could get very close there as well. They already had tropical storm watch, if I'm not mistaken.
Tropical
That's
storm
true.
watch, and they're on the very edge of the cone.
I mean, depending on how south or Beryl keeps moving, or well, not south, but if keeps the motion that has been doing so far, Belize may not see a direct hit, but maybe some rain could happen. Beryl is not a big storm as well, and the southern part of the storm is the weaker. It's the most weaker. The most weak part of the storm is the southern quadrants.
Southwest by far, I think.
Yeah. So if it keeps it on that way through the Caribbean to the Western Caribbean Sea until making landfall, then pretty much safe to say that Belize won't get affected that much by that storm, fortunately. But well, it's a 2-day period since today, so anything could happen.
Daniel says that they've noticed that sometimes storms struggling with core structure when they approach a coastline, sometimes that helps them intensify and not a direct landfall. That can sometimes happen. Land friction can sometimes increase a storm's intensity briefly. What I always think about when I think about things like that are Hurricane Irma on its Cuban landfall, when it managed to reach Category 5 status again along its trek through the Greater Antilles, of course, historic storm.
And also, when it made landfall in Cuba as a Cat 5, the eye wall was pretty much there nearby land and still managed to intensify as a Category 5 hurricane.
Alexia says it's very windy in St. James. And Recon, the Air Force flight, is moving along the northern periphery of the storm now. So I think they'll be going in for another pass. And that will be, could be north to south, or they might try for the northwest side again. We'll find out soon enough. Ali C says, how fast is it moving? Currently, it's around 20. Yeah, it's 20 miles per hour, 31 kilometers per hour motion. And will it stay a Category 4 when it... I just lost that comment now. I think they said when it reaches Jamaica. Still could be. Shauna says that they're in St. Catherine, Jamaica. It's still, at the moment, no winds. Had a bit of rain in the early morning after 1, but nothing since then. Interesting. Stella says a lot of trees down in Portland, which sounds a little bit drastic already. We've not seen anything to that effect in Kingston, but seems a little early for that to be true. But perhaps this storm is getting closer and closer now as it moves on towards Jamaica. It is currently at 16. It's actually now at 17 degrees exactly north, at 75.9 degrees west. And it is 107 kilometers from the eastern tip of Jamaica, 142 kilometers from Kingston, 156 from Portland Point, and 271 from Montego Bay. Raul M says, how can planes, hurricane hunters, survive Category 4 or even Category 5 hurricanes? I'm not sure if people realize, but when commercial planes are flying up across the Atlantic, across the jet stream, they quite regularly can get hit with Category 3 or 4 force winds. The difference is, though, those winds are a little bit more steady, which is why turbulence is quite rare. During hurricanes, turbulence can be pretty crazy. They all have, they strap themselves in when they enter these storms, and on occasion, they can get very dangerous. And there have been incidents in the past with Hurricane Hunter planes. It's always been the case. I think 4 missions in history have been lost, where the plane went down. So it can sometimes be a fatal undertaking to take on these hurricane missions. But thankfully, we haven't had such an accident in many decades. I think the last one was in the early 80s. So it is generally safe, but and the planes that they use as well, of course, are built for it. They have a few different types of planes. The C-130 Hercules, extremely rugged plane. The P-3 Orion, also very hardy aircraft. And we look out towards the coast there, off over the water again. A few waves moving in, but still not looking particularly dangerous, it has to be said. Looking out at Jamaica, out of Kingston, we say what we see, but obviously underneath those waves, dangerous conditions, surf, rip currents. Obviously, you'd be crazy to be out in the water, and we are still expecting some strong winds to reach Kingston, which could still reach hurricane force, and you're still quite far from the closest pass of this storm. I expect that you'll get your closest pass in about 3 hours still. So conditions could get worse in that time. And even after the closest pass of the storm, given that the northeastern quadrant is usually the worst, that's the backside of the storm for you in Kingston. So it's something to watch for the whole duration as the storm goes by until we really get those winds down later on. But again, those are viewpoints from Kingston. showing various periods of rainfall, but we've really not seen heavy winds at all yet. I would only estimate that we've probably seen gusts of maybe 15, 20 miles per hour maximum so far, at least from what we've seen on these cameras. They haven't really had any squall lines. They've had a few rain showers, but there is one or two little squall lines moving across the central part of the island right now. And let's go back to the latest radar imagery. And fancy that. It looks like, again, I don't really know about that south side. It is now facing furthest away from the radar, but I reckon it's still a gap there. But also northwest, there's a gap there too. So we could now be looking at multiple gaps in the eye wall and possible signs of capitulation to at least some degree. Maybe a good sign again that we're seeing more forthright weakening. But again, you're seeing some significant bands there moving along the southern coast of Jamaica, and Kingston is getting quite close to some of those yellows. So I expect that things will change. And as I've said from the outset, this storm could announce its arrival quite suddenly. Smallish wind field and a pretty tight gradient in which you can get from 0 to 100 very quick. We're waiting for the National Hurricane Center's latest advisory. They'll be producing it at the top of the hour, and they'll also have a new forecast cone so that we can take a look at exactly what they're expecting. The biggest questions we're going to have at this update is whether they're going to forecast a major hurricane all the way to Mexico, and then what happens to the last part of the cone. Will it shift north? Will it further implicate Texas, or will it stay further south over coastal Mexico? Big question marks there that we're going to get answered within the next 20 minutes. The Eastern Pacific is dead. Yes, that was a comment there as well. It is. It is quite dead. There's an area of interest, though, that could develop. About a 40% chance on that right now. What are the odds that Beryl will start to resist the wind shear? A bit of a dumb question, but considering recent storms, I figured I'd ask it, says Obser. Wind shear has done a bit of a job on the storm. It's not done a full job on Beryl, though. And there's always a chance it could get better. But at the moment, it seems like it's got some serious problems with its eye wall. And so its strengthening is going to be limited until it can sort itself out. That's what we seem to be finding when it comes to the recon data and what we've seen on the radar and satellite. Let me see if I can get a sneak peek on what the forecast might say. Sometimes I get new data before it arrives. I think they may be calling. It doesn't look like they're calling for a major hurricane landfall in Mexico still, but they may be calling for a hurricane landfall in northern Mexico for that second landfall. But if what I'm looking at is correct, and I don't know yet, we'll find out for sure shortly. It doesn't look like there'll be much change in their forecast. We'll see if that holds true. We will find out in just a few minutes from the National Hurricane Center what they're running with for their 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time update, which of course is 10 a.m. in Jamaica. We'll keep switching these live cams all the time because we expect to see some pretty serious conditions reach the area soon. There's another viewpoint again, and quite a lot of low-level cloud and rain in the area, but really not very much happening on these cameras at the present time. But the storm is very close at hand. And there's Santo Domingo back in the Dominican Republic. There are still tropical storm warnings just west of there, although they may get lifted in just a few minutes. And we're looking back across Kingston there, where it is still looking rather calm with only mild breezes. I think we'd be happy if that continued all the way through, wouldn't we? But we are expecting a lot more than that. Let's see what Recon are doing. AF306 have gone, I think they're going to try and position for a northwest to southeast pass now. They're right next to the eastern tip of Jamaica, and I fully expect they're going to start to go southeast. And right now, they're getting hurricane force flight level winds right off the eastern tip of Jamaica. So they really, down on the ground on the eastern tip, you really should now be seeing 50, maybe 60 mile per hour winds down there. But in Kingston, a little bit more sheltered, so it'll take a little bit longer for the winds to get up here. But certainly the exposed part of eastern Jamaica, I fully expect, and I don't have any proof or ways to find out right now unless someone's there in the chat, but they should be getting towards high-end tropical storm force winds there now. Jose Cesar, any further thoughts on this storm whilst we wait for the advisory? What do you think they'll go with?
I think they'll go with a low-end Cat 4.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, this is I think it's the right call for now.
Yeah.
And then we are just going to wait on how much it's going to lose strength after that. Has been really weakening very slowly, a very slow pace.
I mean, sort of, but at 2 millibars an hour nearly.
Well, yeah, now 2 millibars an hour. That's something. So possibly it's now starting there to be really getting affected by the adverse conditions in the atmosphere. But oh man, Beryl really held it very well during those past hours. Unfortunately, of course.
Still a big westward element in that motion. If it holds that for a little bit longer, a couple of hours, 3 hours, the biggest population centers of Jamaica will avoid the eye wall. But some parts of the island may still get seriously stormy conditions with hurricane force winds that could reach up to 140 miles per hour. You know what? The update is out and they have still kept on to 145 miles per hour. I have no idea why, with a pressure estimate of 954 millibars. And they are still expecting the storm to make landfall in Mexico as a Category 2. And they are expecting a Category 1 landfall for northern Mexico later on. So the forecast that I saw before was correct, mostly. But somehow they are still running with 145 miles per hour, but I am not sure why. Recon data showing that the storm is much weaker. They've acknowledged the pressure there at 954, but still running with 145 mile per hour winds.
Wow. I was expecting like 130 by now, but that's just wow.
The discussion is already out before the public advisory is actually. And I'll read it out then. Westerly shear is having an effect on Beryl this morning as the eye has all but disappeared in satellite imagery, and the cloud pattern has become ragged and elongated from southwest to northeast. Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that the central pressure has risen to near 954 millibars. Air Force plane measured flight level winds of 139 knots at 700 millibars, whilst the NOAA plane measured 138 knot winds at 750 millibars, which supports surface winds of 120 to 125 knots. I don't know about that, but that's what they're running with, 125 knots. A strong mid-level ridge centered over the southeastern United States is expected to continue steering Beryl generally west-northwestward at a decreasing speed for the next couple of days or so. The motion should bring the center near or just south of Jamaica during the next 6 to 12 hours and south of the Cayman Islands tonight. After that, the system should reach the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico in 36 to 48 hours and emerge over the southwestern Gulf of Mexico by 60 hours. Once over the Gulf, there remains a sizable amount of spread in the track guidance, with the GFS and HWRF showing a more northerly motion towards the Texas coast, whilst the Euro and the UK Met models show a more westerly motion towards the coast of Mexico. This part of the track forecast lies near the consensus models in the middle of the guidance envelope, and overall there are no significant changes to the forecast from the previous advisory. While there is some disagreement in how much shear Beryl will encounter before reaching the Yucatan, the intensity guidance expects enough shear that it agrees on steady weakening. The official forecast follows this and is at the high end of the guidance envelope. Beryl should weaken more whilst over the Yucatan, then slowly re-intensify over the Gulf in a somewhat more favorable environment. The intensity forecast again calls for the cyclone to reach hurricane strength before it reaches the western Gulf Coast, followed by weakening after landfall. Not forgetting the key messages: devastating hurricane force winds, life-threatening storm surge, and damaging waves are expected to begin in Jamaica within the next few hours and spread into the Cayman Islands tonight. Mountainous locations in Jamaica are likely to experience destructive wind gusts. Life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides from heavy rainfall expected over much of Jamaica and southern Haiti through today. And damaging winds, a dangerous storm surge, and heavy rainfall expected over portions of the Yucatan Peninsula and Belize, beginning Thursday night as Beryl approaches that area as a hurricane. Hurricane and tropical storm warnings are now in effect for portions of that area. And there they are. There remains uncertainty in the track and intensity forecast of Beryl over the western Gulf of Mexico this weekend. Interest in the western Gulf, including southern Texas, should monitor the progress of Beryl. Let's get straight to those warning updates. Hurricane warning for the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula from Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. Meteorological Service of Mexico has also issued a tropical storm warning for the coast of the Yucatan, south of Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal, and north of Cancun to Cabo Catoche. And also a tropical storm watch for the coast of the Yucatan, west of Cabo Catoche to Campeche. The hurricane watch for Haiti discontinued. Tropical storm warning for the Dominican Republic discontinued. So another evolution in the watches and warnings in effect now then, with a hurricane warning now in effect for the Yucatan, and rightly so, because it's getting there pretty soon, overnight into the early hours of Friday morning. And still, somehow, they're giving it 145 mile per hour winds and a pressure estimate of 954. We'll update our graphics in a few moments on our bottom and left bars. It could take quite a while, though, so don't be expecting that to change too quickly. And it clearly has gotten a lot wetter in Kingston right now, as the visibility has gone way down. That's the bands of the storm reaching you now in Kingston, and they've completely gone out of focus. It's gotten so blustery. Just waiting for that camera to move so that we see something more close by, that we might be able to see if there's any strong winds. We'll come back to it. We'll go down to the harbour side and show you the viewpoint there again. Visibility way down with some significant rain here. But again, looking at these trees, only slightly breezy, really. But definitely getting quite a lot of rain there now in Kingston. Antho says the eye looks to be starting to try and clear up. At least the eye wall's convection looks to be wrapping around well. North side is looking good. How much rainfall will the Cayman Islands get from Hurricane Beryl? I can't remember what it said now. I think it's something like 6 inches or maybe 8 inches possible. And isn't the risk for tornadoes a lot worse than the storm, with the storm going to the west of Jamaica? That in Florida, they usually have them on the west side. I really don't know the answer to that. But I imagine there is a significant chance of seeing a bunch of water spouts in all of the spiral bands of this storm. So anytime now you could start to see some water spouts off the coast, but without proper radar, really, we don't have any velocity or anything like that. We don't even have a high-res radar, so being able to detect any of that without seeing them on the camera first is pretty low. Let's look at that latest radar imagery right now, and you can see again the presence of the storm continuing to push towards the west-northwest, and we're scrutinizing every part of that forward motion. Any kind of jog towards the north will increase the winds that get felt ultimately on the south coast of Jamaica. And this is how it's been going in the last few hours. Latest advisory, they have the storm moving at 18 miles per hour, so actually slowed down just a tad. So Cesar, Jose, your thoughts on that latest advisory then?
Surprising, to be honest. I mean, I didn't expect that they'll maintain Beryl as that strong 145. It's the first time actually we think Beryl is weaker than the official agency, National Hurricane Center,
Maybe
says. Absolutely, but well, that's the sign of how Beryl maintains how strong Beryl is and how possibly will maintain some certain strength until landfall in the Yucatan Peninsula. So yeah, I mean, this is big time.
You're going to be hearing a lot of clackety clack from me right now as I write out the new watch and warning info.
We're good. I'm just eating cereal right now because I'm hungry.
So if you've just joined us, the update came out: 145 mile per hour winds and a pressure of 954 millibars. I personally think it's weaker now, but only a little. It is still quite clearly a Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson scale. And hurricane warnings have been issued now for the coast of Mexico. So we're really expecting things to ramp up now. And of course, a lot of the coastline there of Quintana Roo, Cesar, is very touristy. So what do you think could be happening down there right now?
I mean,
do people evacuate themselves, or are they told to, or are they forced to, or?
Well, depending on the hazard, but it's advised to people that should evacuate, depending on how the government of the state responds. But usually there are like organized evacuations to safer places in the state where the people can be together and protected. But if the hazard it's really like apocalyptic or something like that, as happened with Hurricane Wilma and Dean,
Oh, yeah.
definitely the people are almost like forced to evacuate out of the state or nearby the storm trajectory.
Let's give you a
So-
position update right now. It is 106 kilometers away from the closest point of land on Jamaica, which isn't quite the eastern tip anymore. It is near East Prospect, that little area. Kingston, 142 kilometers away. Montego Bay, 270. It is 609 kilometers.
Ferocious fun for the whole family. African Lion Safari, Canada's original safari adventure.
Book your adventure at lionsafari.com.
So, what?
There's a lawnmower in the back and next to my neighborhood.
No, it wasn't that. But we're still watching Beryl. Live coverage here as it makes its closest pass to Jamaica. Some of our graphics there will be updated shortly. You'll have to bear with me here because I'm doing literally everything. But we're still watching this storm progressing west-northwestwards at a speed of near 18 miles per hour. You're going to hear some dinging now. That's the sound of my graphics starting to update. All right, let's take some more questions then if we can. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Will the next storm form before the typhoon season wakes up? Well, 96L could do it, so no signs of life in the Western Pacific. So it could be that.
the whole Pacific is asleep.
Obser says it's Hurricane Dorian all over again, except y'all and Recon are the ones saying the storm is weaker while the NHC is saying it's stronger. Of course, remember when Dorian first got towards Category 5 status that it looked nailed on a Category 5, and the NHC, one of the biggest shocks we've ever had during our coverage, really, they kept it at Category 4 on the build-up to that really monumental landfall in the Bahamas. Talking about wind shear there as well, it's currently around 20 knots of wind shear. And it's going to be variable right now in the next few hours. In fact, I can show you the GEFS ensembles for that. And they have all kinds of plots. And here is one of them. I'll just move the screen. Oh, it's cut off. Well, okay. The top right panel is the wind shear forecast. You start at that vertical blue line is now, and it starts it off near 20 knots. And all the ensembles saying wildly different things there, but the ensemble mean there is that wind shear maybe goes up a little bit to 25 knots round about now, and hovers between 20 and 25 for a while, and then briefly drops just before it makes landfall in Mexico. Then when it emerges over the Gulf, the wind shear remains at about 15 knots, but there's a wide array of uncertainty there by that point. Some ensembles have near 0 knots, and others have 25 again. What is also sure, though, the sea surface temperatures down the bottom right there, those increase when the storm enters the Gulf. So that's just another thing to consider later on this storm's track. Latest visible imagery there showing, once again, always a beautiful appearance. But what you will also notice increasingly is that it is going to pass south of Kingston. And fingers crossed, it could still pass south of the entire island there and not make landfall. And a small chance, but still possible, that even the eye wall avoids land. But it's going to be a close run thing there. The eye wall right now, you can clearly see it there, that red zone on the northern side. Don't know what the rest of the eye wall's doing, but it does look like it's struggling. So that's where we're at right now. Let's go back to some of those live cameras. I thought it had stopped working for a second then. So there's definitely been a rainstorm, but it looks like it's cleared up a little bit again now. Rain on the lens, rain on the ground, and you can see vehicles going by still. And again, still very still, not much wind there. Quite clear to see that those trees are barely moving. But we do expect that there will be some stormy conditions in this area really very soon. I mean, that was the first proper band that Kingston had. Significant rainfall, by the looks of things, it was for a period. We really should be starting to see those winds getting stronger now, but not much evidence of it there on that camera. We go back to this other one there right on the harbor. They'll probably get some stronger winds here, but still only just slightly swaying those trees in the foreground. So we can only show you what we see, but we're not currently seeing very strong winds in Kingston. Of course, that's a good thing.
Nathan, did they extend the tropical storm watches on the other side of the Gulf in the Yucatan?
Yes.
Because I just noticed. I thought it was updated.
Yep, they did that at the advisory. And yeah, I'm just seeing again, only 10 knot winds occurring at the airport at Kingston. And Recon are going in for another pass now, AF306. They're going from northwest to southeast. At flight level there, they got a maximum wind of 60 knots just south of Kingston at flight level. So some of those more exposed locations along the eastern part of Jamaica, they really should be seeing some strong winds here now, to the tune of about 60 miles per hour further east, because they got hurricane force flight level winds there. But that's AF306 that they're entering the storm on the northwestern side, and we will have more info from them shortly. We can update our bottom bar now with the latest information and warnings, and they are running. Of course, we know the National Hurricane Center's update. Oh, there it is. Now with 145 mile per hour winds and a pressure estimate of 954, which is, of course, a significant increase in. I just can't see that being true. 145 miles an hour and 946, and still 145 miles per hour and 954. I just don't see it. I think it should have dropped just a little bit, but maybe they're erring on the side of caution. They don't want to let people. They don't want people to let their guard down. I can fully understand that if that's the reason, but I don't really see how it's still 145. But it's just 5 miles an hour here and there. It's not much of a difference. It is still a very powerful Category 4 storm moving in at a speed of 18 miles per hour is its current motion. It is just after 10 o'clock in Jamaica this July 3rd. Such an early time to see a hurricane impact anywhere in the Caribbean, really. Of course, it was an even bigger surprise for the Windward Islands, who were smacked with 150 mile per hour winds on the island of Kirikou, particularly, which has been devastated by the storm, as well as parts of Grenada and St. Vincent.
I won't be surprised if Beryl actually breaks another record for becoming well, once it gets over the Gulf of Mexico, we don't know if it's going to strengthen even more. But if it does and it hits Texas, then it'll become the first of the season U.S. landfall of a hurricane or a major hurricane.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves there.
I'm just saying if it does, but who knows?
Don't know how strong it'll be by the time it reaches the area.
Yeah.
And you guessed it, I'm now typing a bunch of stuff out for our left-hand bar as well, which you'll see a little bit later on. But just to reiterate as I type it, hurricane warning now for Jamaica, Cayman Islands, and in Mexico, Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. Hurricane watch was lifted in Haiti and is now in effect for Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal, Mexico, and north of Cancun to Cabo Catoche, Mexico as well. Hurricane watch. Tropical storm warning still for the south coast of Haiti, westwards to Ansatahino, and also for the same areas as the hurricane watch, Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal, Mexico, and Cancun to Cabo Catoche to the north. Tropical storm watch for Belize from Chetumal to Belize City, that hasn't changed, and for the Yucatan Peninsula from Cabo Catoche to round the coast to Campeche. I'm just working on those boxes. So that's the latest from that last National Hurricane Center update. We will have a new iPass shortly from the Air Force recon plane that are in there right now. So we'll get some more info. But this storm is really closing down now, the miles before it gets to Jamaica. It is very close at this point, within 60 miles of the coast, 100 kilometers. And it's going to be an uncomfortably close pass. But thankfully, it does appear as though the very worst part of the storm will be avoided. Again, I'm just working on some graphics here as we go along. So pardon us for being a little bit quiet here as we continue to put some stuff together, and then we'll be able to regroup and take some questions. So once again, I'm just going to go through some distances here. Distance from the closest point of land, now 101 kilometers away from the center of the eye. From Kingston, it is 136 kilometers. From Montego Bay, it is 261. From Grand Cayman, it is 596. From Cozumel, it is 1198. And from Cancun, it is 1227. And I'll also put in Belize City on this as well, which is 1296 at this time. That's kilometers away from these locations as Beryl continues on its way west-northwestwards. So I'm just going to export that now.
Wow, you should look at this, Nathan.
Okay, what?
Look at those lightning strikes in the northern part of the I think the eye wall, because it's like the eye wall is like so messed up. It's hard.
Oh, wow.
I keep forgetting where it is. But look at those lightning strikes. That's insane.
Tons of lightning.
There's a couple on the east side, but mostly it's in the north.
And I'm really not surprised by that. We're seeing huge cloud tops continuing there on that northern side right now. Let me just double check a temperature check on that. They're really cold. Into the minus 80s, definitely. It's minus 87 in the...
There goes another lightning strikes.
There you go. So very, very cold cloud tops. Some real intensity in that, but even on satellite, it looks like there's real problems in part of the storm there. Southeastern quad maybe having some trouble. We must have an recon update shortly, but not yet. But they are getting into the storm again. They're closing in on the eye northwestern side. They've just got a 100 knot flight level wind and an just above 85 knot SFMR, but they're still only in the 980s right now, so they've still got some way to go before they get into the center of the storm. But give that another 10 minutes or so. We should have some news on what pressure they get, what indicated pressure they get inside the eye at 3,000 feet. Let's take some more comments then right now. And let's go back to some of the cameras in Jamaica. And once again, in Kingston, a few viewpoints. There's been one or two periods of heavy rainfall, but in terms of winds, it is still quite quiet. Galaxy says, what do the lightning strikes suggest? Usually, when we see lots of lightning concentrate around the eye wall, it can be a sign of rapid strengthening. But with an eye probably not closed, that won't be happening. And have we seen the amount of ace this has produced? Well, it's produced a lot, hasn't it? It's a big boom at the start of the season. Typhoon Tip says, with the prevalence of drones increasing, will NOAA eventually be able to fly missions closer to land without risking crew? They have flown unmanned planes into the storms before. I think they started that a few years ago. They have the capacity. I don't know under what circumstances they send unmanned planes into the storm, but they have done it. Big Bees is worried about northern Mexico and southern Texas with the GFS model. It shows it might stall and produce a lot of rain. Well, that is also a possibility too. It would have to stall, though, to produce a lot of rain because overall, with this storm moving quite quickly so far, rainfall amounts have been pretty somewhat sedate. But there's the view as well, looking across the harbor at Kingston, showing more rain in the area. Let's look back at that radar. How is it looking now as we get more of the ice starting to appear? Now, I'm not sure about this. I think this might actually be, because we heard earlier that the radar on Jamaica's Met website isn't working. So I don't know if this is actually the Cuban radar that we're looking at. So
it does look like it.
I don't want to, so don't get too excited if you see the eye disappear a bit, because
Let me just pitch it a little bit because this is something else with them here. I mean that at this me I talk about only myself anybody dead at Jamaica were only accountable for it. Because I don't know better. Me as a dead man, you depend seeing I think we get something with you at talk about people and everybody safe and them things. Same way, when you got to call people for go vote. All old people, everything we can so when you take them for vote, the same thing when you do with the people them. Look how I say me get with Swebe. Look here. I didn't mean this now, people. Yo, good. No, me do some good work, man. That me I talk about. No beat on the people them. The me go on good. Me I swear be. I mean, you turn back the place on the Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation. I wait for a name. The other year it was an old house with feather at the control. Feather. Yeah, man. I beer. What kind of ass him have around there now? Kind of little things. Feather at the control. But you turn it back now in a place where people can say yes. Respect for that. But I go and look on the weather. Go and look on what I go on. And then I call some people in a different parishes and see what I go on. Eastern parishes. Me not get through. Me just before I go up on that, because some rain start fall less up. I call up in a St. Thomas, call up in Portland. Some people feel like, you know, it a ring and now go through. Cause, you know, we have to make sure everything all right, you know. So I just call somebody that call me back, you know. We call me back. Yeah, man. No. I wrong was my call here. Wrong was my call. My call small from St. Thomas School. Yes. And I call some people from St. Thomas. See? I have to know what I go on, you know. Make sure I go on. The me I go on good. Clean up the place, I do anything. And go himself. Now with that heavy and then I leave them, go for them. I love that. And some them thing you know make me relax. Admit say government act that way, then you wouldn't see me, I know you don't see me. But some music, I do some things. Care for the people, them man. The homeless and them thing, the member people, my human being. Me I swear, but me salute him. No, I forgot run. Me not run nothing pan him yet. I forgot run something pan him, man. Because me see 100 years thing, I know, me not run it, you know. I forgot run something pan him, because I'm going good. I'm going good. Clean up all the market, me see it the other day, you know. And I do some nice little things for 100 days. Andrew, your 100 days not come yet, you know. Your 100 days not come yet. No start. It come like maybe I wait for the next. You know, your 100 days coming like 1,000 years. See? Bad. I could go and tune in, but I call in some people and then, you know, finish talk and see what I go on here. Yeah, man.
If we extrapolate that out, it will start to move away from even the westernmost part of Jamaica in about 10 hours, which would, of course, take us to 8 p.m. Basically, as it gets dark tonight, that should be when the storm starts to move away, but you may still be under its influence until late tonight. Not Mr. Popular was thinking of Emily 2005 as an analog for Beryl, and our thoughts on that. You can compare it to lots of things. We started out comparing it to the hurricane of 1933, then comparing it to Ivan, then comparing it to Maria, then comparing it to whatever else, and now Emily's coming up, and Matthew, and a bunch of other storms. So Emily became a Category 5 in the Caribbean as it was moving on towards the west in 2005, July. I don't think there's much of a comparison. Conditions won't be as good. And if I recall, this storm will be a bit further south. And Obsa says, are we going to go with 130 miles per hour or stick to 145? Well, NHC still going with that 145 mile per hour tag, pressure 954. We'll wait and see what they find with this next recon pass. It might give us some more info. And speaking of which, they have just made that pass, and the pressure is still rising. They just got a extrapolation of 955.
Otter AI summarizes the key points of what we talked about and all of our action items. It captures everything, even the slides that were shown, and then it packages it up neatly so that nothing falls through the cracks. By the way, everything I'm showing you is free. It goes to another level. It's like
So let's just say it's still a category 4, and throughout that whole category, you can have very dangerous storm conditions and still extremely close to the coast of Jamaica. Current estimate is now 96 kilometers off the coast of eastern Jamaica. 96 kilometers, that's just 60 miles as this storm presses in further back to Kingston. And you can see there once again, quite bleary and blurry there, with a lot of rain once again, another rain band in town. But still, as you just saw that little tree there, again, the winds don't appear to be very strong, but we are definitely getting sustained rainfall now in Kingston, Jamaica, as we continue to watch this imagery, these images.
Josiah. Yeah, what
back at the harbour there as well. Still a distinct lack.
Open a doing a pen, open a your place, man. Open out your place here.
Well, the sea come over. I know said it. Who's the policy? So the house them on the front, I don't know people have to come out of them.
How far the sea come?
Eh?
That at Backbush.
Well, we don't know about Backbush yet. But we know breeze must over there and then. But me I said the pool live on the front, so I see there.
Yeah, like Church Can and them place there.
Yeah, and the rock. The sea mash up the road. Rock it up.
The road where those fix?
Yeah. The road where those fix.
Well, more something where you done with it, you know, just keep safe.
Big stone there where to hold that. Yes, sir. Mash up the whole of this, with the sea and all for the front, because for the lane, you know, the lane that are Logan Lane and
yeah,
you know, we'll still see water run on that. So I believe now, you know, they are just look water there because of the rain and the fall and the breeze.
So what to you, yeah, what to big yard when, you know, in the start flood yet, the breeze not start coming out yet.
Water there, but not enough water.
But it's around 60 miles from you, you know, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it soon come in, yeah. See me I say? Yeah.
We have it there.
Me I watch it, you know. Me I watch it. Me I watch what I want.
Yeah. But you feel breeze, strong
yeah,
breeze.
Yeah, because that come now, it get closer to you, you know, St. Thomas.
Yeah, it get closer to me. Yeah.
So like you the more and Baker, it closer to you. You're doing independent, yes.
So we wish it travel fast and fast.
That take around it had finished with Jamaica around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock tonight.
Oh.
That take the whole of them hours there.
By the time of the night, then 9 o'clock in the night.
Yeah, around that. Maybe you still might have feel some little read. So you know, say nah, go just.
Yeah.
I know 1 and 2 hours.
Fast.
Over one.
But more of the fast, more of the trouble, fast.
Well, yeah, me understand, yeah, man. I'm just going to safe, you know, and you know, so me I can't look out here. Me hear it out, me hear that look a while, you know. Shh.
Yeah, man. I don't hear wait, nothing no go on with something.
No, it does, yeah, it does start fall and things.
Reach me. Yeah, because when I call some of my friends in my town and
yeah,
down there.
it does reach them. That's why you say me call you up there, so because me know say you're supposed to feel something. So it start mash up the road already. Road them not build good, man. No more money that man. Them not ready yet, man.
No, sir.
Not ready yet. So then they put drain in a year, the part of yard, but me I say them they come.
Put a drain in my place, I said.
They know eat that thing that. And the road ahead and anything after out to no place.
So well, yesterday the MP come that Ryan, that full boy.
Yeah.
He said, boy, I want to check up on it so he can contact me. Can say, I want to to me. You know, I mean, tell him some respect that, so I would need the water to leak out. When it come, you know what I say?
Yeah, but if so much money I spend, them, him should have come talk to you, tell about him one drain for me. You don't need to talk to nobody. Them should have put in the drain.
So I know him have the power still.
Yeah, okay.
I'm one for the PNP that over here.
Okay.
Everything.
Okay.
I'm a vote for you.
Okay.
You want the woman.
That's good youth, all right. But them for put in a James Robertson era, right? Yes, so. But them should have put in the thing in the thing.
Yeah, because when we see Bricky and the whole of them attack, I feel police me them
attack. Me born foolish to say I know that, brother. Me born them, you know. You know our style for man, you know. We don't put up with the foolishness, you know. Batter them, all right.
Yeah, man, batter them, all right, man.
Everybody in the yard, all right, big yard.
Yes, man, we're good, man. We're batting up and I remember so we also improve, you know, if you're concrete.
Yeah, right, so no good. No good. Yeah, right, yeah, man.
Mess up yourself, man.
Hey, somebody, director asks you batter. Batter good, man. Batter in the yard.
Yeah, man, batter good.
Yeah. Yeah, man, batter good, man. All right.
Yeah, man.
You up everybody?
Yeah, man, I'm blessed.
Lana them all right, though.
Yeah, man.
Pilot and everybody.
Yeah, man.
All right. Donna them everybody.
Yeah, man.
All right, cool. Heal them up for me. Later.
Yeah, man.
Cool, bless. Yeah, man. I talked up. About that from Big Yard, man. I said that. About that from Big Yard. I'm tired that from Big Yard, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. You see, me have to touch everywhere. I have to touch grass and I put and I hear where I go on. And me see where I go on in the meantime, you know? Yes. Yeah. Remember the whole place I might, hey, when so sometimes we have such a land, sometimes people hear me out and I say, hey, and the man in the wilderness this and they might hear me as a book up and them thing and I say, hey, remember say when they can't go around me, we got every parish, you know. I remember me live good, you know. I'll be a family me have everywhere, you know. They might have think so I joke, oh the man sometimes them go and call me name and me ear too, you know. Me and them different, you know, because I live different, you know. Saying? And them not care my influence. None at all. Yeah, man. So, you know my things that already? Yes. If you have correspondent all about, me talk to who me I talk to this, I talk to who me I talk to and call all over the place. I'm good. Saying? So I'm going to tune in all over the place. I'm going to go and watch this and then I tune in to the next place again, you know. Yeah? All right, there. I call Port Antonio, man. I call over there, man. Yeah, man. Watch me. So me just tune in some places. Yes, and then call over there. This like Kingston now. Let me see where I go on yes now.
Increased runoff and the potential for flash flooding. But NHC said it themselves in their forecast discussion earlier. The unsatellite imagery, the eye has all but disappeared. Well, that's pretty true. It's sort of there, but we're not really looking at the eye. We're more looking at all of the cloud tops that are surrounding it as we look at this imagery. I've completely lost my messages here. Again, a question about how long will Beryl, how long until it leaves Jamaica? Like I was saying, it will be after dark tonight is when the storm will start.
Darren? 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 Call grandma. Darren?
It helped.
Darren, answer your
Never have got
phone. You make your granddaughter son answer the phone. Answer your phone. Darren. Come, Darren. Darren, answer the phone. You are gonna call her there. When you hear her, don't. Darren. Hello. Darren, answer the phone, man. Oh yeah, but oh me I call in answer your phone. I want to tell you because might never come for you. Eh? That me I say. You are say grandma. Eh. Wagwan. Wagwan. Everybody alright?
Yeah, man, everybody good.
Oh, tell me, give me a run up on the breeze and everything we do no one.
We just started getting rain.
We just start getting the rain here for video. Some things I send come give me now. Call over get over and them tell them say them for video something I send come give me, you know.
Yeah, man.
We have a video it, you know. So when just I get rain, not every breeze or nothing.
Oh, when I started every breeze it.
You, all right, look down and see and tell me if you see anything I come up, like the water, like the surf and the wave and everything. You can't take a look down there? All right,
yeah,
look.
but when I start getting them, and then pick up what straight up with the
Yeah, okay. When you, all right, yeah, go up there. You just video it and make me get it. Yeah?
Yeah, man, we don't want to send come here.
But I get Kwame in there. Doreen.
Me don't know nothing about Kwame, Kwame like idiot.
Tell him to me, say me double that. I'm gonna call him. Make sure him come out of the thing. Yeah? Because be there. Show over there? Show over us?
So as soon as everything starts going, we come video them and send them come here.
Alright, good. I'm gonna say everything in them, everything from 40. Tell Carly Mama tell her video down there. She alone down there, down at the house, down in the potty.
Mommy?
Yeah.
No, I'm down there. I'm going to get down there.
Tell them for video down there too. I want to sit down in the potty.
Alright.
And you will show me up there, so I want to say everything from the river and everything. Yeah? Alright.
Yeah,
I'll look out for you later. Yell up everybody for me.
Yeah, alright.
Alright, cool. People, nobody watch your face today. I'm a blood family them now, you know. You hear me I talk to, yes. You know, people. This is Portland, you know. Portland that. Yes. So you say I'm mom now, I'm mom, father, grandfather, and my daddy, two brother. Yes. You understand now? So I'm mom and me a first cousin, yeah? Two brother. You know the way that so we know Portland and Phoebe, you know, but I follow some people turn it in a court and you know, cause we enough up there too, you know. Remember them my father Beryl in a place, some people them for move out of the place too, you know. Cause you can't come and mash up a place and either too, you know. Yes. Alright, don't talk. Let me just go back to this. I can touch parish to parish in idea, you know. Not touch parish to parish. Watch me. Make two more calls. Go and hear this. Yes, man.
Which will probably extend out about maybe 60 kilometers from the center. And then the storm force winds, which will probably extend out maybe 120 to at times 160 kilometers from the center. With all those numbers in mind, 92 kilometers is the number. 92 away from land is the center of the eye, and 123 kilometers away from Kingston. 130 kilometers now from Portland Point, I think it was called. And back to some webcam views around Kingston, the harbor area again. I know I've been looking at these 3 cameras to death, but pretty much all we've got right now, has to be said. Looking around Kingston, various rain showers. Looks like they may have entered a little lull again there now, but once again, really not seeing much in terms of strong winds. And that looks pretty still right there, but raining. You can see some rain falling. And again, the airport only getting about 10-knot winds so far. As I reported a few minutes ago, Recon, they did drop a drop sond about 20 kilometers off the coast of Kingston, and they found just over 30-mile-per-hour winds. So it's a little bit further than that before we get the worst conditions. Brady says, is it just me, or does the worst of the wind shear continue to outrun Beryl? Well, Beryl, to an extent, is probably pushing it along. Eba says, after it leaves Jamaica, does it have potential to organize more? A little bit. Big question is, how much intensity will it have left?
Yo, Marvelous.
Hello?
Hi. How you doing? Can I speak to Marvelous?
Wrong number, please.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Number change. All right. Black that one, yeah. Black this. Cable and wireless and them thing. They won't have number and people change a little one number, you know. I want to just stop give people some number. I want to come with new numbers too, you know. Look for Marvelous. So Marvelous they come up on the other day. Marvelous. Yeah. And I could go and watch this.
It's just looked the same every time. I really don't think I'm never really convinced that it's getting much, unless I see some more convincing radar or recon data. I am not convinced by that at all. There may have just been a slight nudge northwest, though, on the latest radar frames. I'll let you make your own mind up looking at this imagery here, but perhaps a slight northwest jog there. And if it kept going in that direction, it would certainly give the southern tip of Jamaica the inner eye wall. Like we've been saying all along, it's going to be a close one.
Oh, man.
Yes, Jose, you are still on the air. I don't think you want to be, do you?
Wow, I want to be here. Just being tired.
A comment there that it looks like the mountains are doing damage to the storm. I would say no. I'm not seeing any evidence of that yet. I'm not really sure what you're looking at. Go back to the visible imagery and you can see the cloud tops swirling around once again. In fact, let's go to the visible imagery on my other source, which is a little less bright. There we go. You can actually see Jamaica a little bit better underneath all that too. And you can just see exactly where all those highest cloud tops are, and big burst all around the northern side of the storm as it's been approaching. So yeah, Kingston's still near the edge of all that. And large parts of Jamaica still on the fringes. But could it have possibly done a slight northwestward turn? Looking at satellite, I'm not sure. Let's draw some lines. The center point of the storm then, last few hours, has been moving this way. The edge of the eye wall, or the edge of the eye, I should say, along those lines. And there's the eye right now. Keep following that motion. It's a very close pass to the southern part of Jamaica. But once again, you've then got the eye wall, which will be all this area moving along here, which again puts it extremely close to the coast. I drew that line wrong. And then even beyond that, you've got the hurricane force winds, which might extend out just that little bit further as well, which could deliver some very strong, dangerous winds to the coast in the next few hours. But the way it's moving along here, it's happening quite quickly now. We should be seeing some of the worst conditions within the next 2 hours in some parts of Jamaica. But as we've been seeing on these cameras, periods of rain, but very little wind so far in Kingston. Feel free to share the stream whilst we're going along here. We're doing our best with this coverage today, and it's absolutely necessary. And how is Beryl's moisture bubble doing? Are there any signs of dry air intrusion? It's looking fine. I'm just wondering if there may still be weaknesses on the eastern side or not, but I'm not sure right now. I would say probably not. Aidan says, is it just me, or does it look like there's a possibility for TS force winds on southern Cuba, like the extreme outer edges? Chances of that are still around 25%, so it can't be fully ruled out. And more comments and questions about lightning there as well. Jose, are you seeing any more lightning?
Let me take a look. And yep, there is a lot.
Still quite a bit.
There goes another flash. There we go. Much better.
Yeah, look at that view. Also showing off those extremely high cloud tops again, which is still very impressive. We briefly had a maximum.
Crime suspect. You can hear me? Yeah, hear me?
Yeah.
All right. What? Me just a call you. I want to ask you how down there. You damn your pen?
Yeah.
How down there stay? So you not get nothing yet? You know, no rain no start or nothing?
Yeah, man,
oh, so you're on and a half. All right.
Yeah.
I know you're not just carrying on. I've got a couple more places down there, you know. Now I run back and come check. You're good, though? All right, good, no. Good. Oh, you mean, man? Go and keep up the thing, no, man. Go and knock up, no, man. You seeing, brother? Yeah, man. I'm not cool, no, brother, man. You're good, man. Not say nothing, man. I 1, 2, man. 1, 2, 3. Not say nothing. Now I call the back. I'm have to keep update for one, yeah? All right, fam. Cool. Yeah, man. Anything. I make sure you video some of them things there for me, you know, because I remember more everything from down the Clarendon area, yeah? All right, cool, fam. Yeah, man. Yeah. So I do a thing named parish to parish, you know? Yes. I do a thing named parish to parish. So, you know, yes. I follow it, you know, so I see where I go on, you know. So I want to go Manchester, you know. I have so much people, you know, but there's a car people, one, just run through and then run through, you know, where I go on. Me where I go on, yes, so. Live near to have some coast and the town, them and them thing, but just call, you know. See? Yes, man. Yeah, man. So if you knock it up and know where I go on all over the place, how them I feel. I run going to Manchester now, you know. Answer your phone, Spanner. Fast. Yeah, man. Wow, watch it. So him phone off. Phone the off. Alright. Call the next man from down there. So we just go and call up some place now, go and watch the thing and go and call it. So I call this already, I call this. So I call Portland already, call this. But I call St. Mary too. Oh, I call St. Mary at the same time. Yeah, man. You have to call one of them kind of look a place there. You know? See me I say? Okay, I know who I call. When we said St. Mary, you want to see them look now, it's a payment I call, man. What's this? So, on a fenugrees. Them fenugrees, boy, you know. Can I make sure can pay man me call boy, you know. Yeah, man. See? Yo, waiter, call me now, call me, give me a rundown, call me. Can I look for your number? Should I look for so much number different tastes? Just call me now. Give me a rundown from down there, sir, yeah? Yes. So I call all over the place, you know. And then I knock sentence and knock the place. I want to see what I go on all over the place. You know, then I knock Trelawney and knock the whole place. Knock on a Sente. Saying, knock over Portmore, knocking on Spanish Town. So I call all over the place, you know. Yes. Saying, I could go and see what I go on the club.
In this region. Let's try and improve that camera view a little bit. It's a little bit dark, wasn't it, before?
Yeah.
That's a much better view.
Yeah.
So we're still ticking down those kilometers to...
Yeah, Gretz. Gretz. Hey, Wagwan.
Yeah, brother.
Hey, Wagwan. All right, so give me a rundown for Wagwan we're doing down there.
Oh, Daniel said just look really I get so far. It not falls so hard, it just barely come down.
Barely come down. East Kingston. All
right. Yeah, no breeze or nothing so far.
I'm not getting a breeze or nothing at all. Not tree not drop yet.
No.
All right. Just the career and trickle. All right. Remember you have to video the thing there, you know. Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So we just a touch right on. Soon touch it back. Say anything important video sometime. Yeah, man. Cool.
Yeah, man. All right.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So let me just go and touch. I just touch the place and make sure, you know, I see everything all over the place, you know. You see me I say? Yeah, man. No, you live on for a car. I say me can't car. I met you live near to Bob Marley beach there, so I just can't met you. I can't make it that thing, you know. Let me say met your phone up. Phone up. My car, all right, my car, Billy. I see what I go on down there, you know. I see what I go on with about. Because yes, the road mash up already, don't it? Yeah. Yeah, man. Saying? Yeah, man. Yes, the road mash up already. Not true. Yeah, man, yes, some of the road at St. Thomas. On a build road and then it mash up so quick and everything, man. Yeah? Okay, that's on the road. I tell you, yo, when this done, you gotta say I waste some money, but we still have to pay the money, you know. Still have to pay the money. Saying? Still have to pay the money. You understand? Anybody when I catch me move along, you know. You was probably give me a call, yeah? No. ASAP, cool. You understand? But me know. I'm going to send it a bit now. Oh, I'm going to call him, you know. Me there all over the place, you know. Me there all over the place. Me there all over the place. I call all over every parish me I call, you know. I want to see what I go on. See? Who me get? Who for phone not dead? You see? Yeah. It's good when you can do them things, don't it? With these, don't. Great, man. Well, Paula, you know, so I'm not a pass you if you know what I'm going down this, you know. Call big man thing, but before I call them, I have to call you first because you down this. So me soon call you. Me not go around you. Me cannot call down at your place and not call you. So me have to call you. See? Now, yeah, move on to somebody else on this. Yeah. Yeah, man. Move on to somebody else. Yeah, man. Somebody else on this. Yeah, man. More I know what going on all over the place, you know? Yeah, man. Me soon call Westmoreland, man. Soon call Westmoreland, man. Soon call Westmoreland, I call right on the place, man. See? Yeah, have a lot of people like they don't have no current neither. Like when you call, they can't see the phone number. I'm not gonna show you the name, but you see the number, it a ring, but you know, see it come on. So you know, you just call the next man from down in the place. Let them phone off. Cause public service, I check up the thing from yesterday. By the way, them have them have a fire truck drop in one of them road. I don't know how it drop in the road and it mash up, you know. I have to show it, you know. I have to show it because it's unbelievable. I mean, I want them blame it on the storm, because the storm they reach it. You know what? Well, I'm showing you the fire truck. And then we can talk about this. Because then, yes, after the storm now, it dropped down. But dropped down from yesterday. See? I'm showing it from now because I don't want them to the storm on the road, but that even worse because, I mean, the road does fix. You say you just build road and when you look things that drop down the road, man, it's bad, man. Look here. And I'm saying, look here. At the wheel and that road, you know. The road give way. Down in the mobile side, look here. Go down there. Fire truck. We go to the next view. Sit down. Possible fraud. How would this call me? Hello? Hello? Who is the person? Life insurance. I don't want any life insurance. I have life insurance. Okay, I have a life insurance. I have more than one. And my family have life insurance. So good, okay? All right, cheers, cool. Yeah, yes. My family have life insurance. So you call me. Them people can't, still a black him, you know. Can't trust them number there and a black him. Black. Life insurance. I have life insurance sometime. Come on now. All right. Let me go back to this now. Look at. Pan the truck. Look on the hole. Look at. Look where the wheel there. Now the road that popped down, people. Look at. New road we just built. See wheel there now. Look there. You so far along the wheel there. Look there. Nothing to do with the rain. Yeah, man. No way, when you answer sometime, you know, depends on who me answer and black. But you know, them lot share to third party where them come and offer you something where you don't even need. You don't even want and need, you know? Yes. You know? You have long time. You know, if you kill yourself, you have them thing a long time. You ask me something where people have long time. People know. Yeah. Yeah, man. Remember call Paula because call Paula. And then I go back around this, you know. I call every way, you know, Paula. Yeah, Paula. Say, Paula, man, I go around you, man. You don't run away, be two Paula down them side, them have to call Paula, you know. A lot of people who have down your side, you know, but we have to call Paula. And hear what she has say, you know. Paula. Yeah, Paula, what happens, sis? You good? Oh, so no good. Yeah.
So, all right. Literally, on, off, on, off. Not hard.
All right, cool, sis. All right, respect, cool. I'll go on every parish, you know. This is I'm sentenced to, you know. Someone virgin does said if I'm sentenced. Can you imagine yesterday they were cleaning Candy Gully? See it? And checking the structure of the bridges. Is there a government in charge or a country is running an autopilot? They wait until the storm is almost there before they start to work. Not good enough. See, that's coming. So, you know, them depend on the defense now. When storm come, then you clean a gully in a storm and you have a clean good. Me not understand all these things. I continue with this. Soon forward again.
More west than anything. And I'm really struggling to get a proper eye position on this now on satellite. But it's slowly closing in, and stormier conditions are expected soon. Once again, looking at Kingston there in the rain, but still only very light winds.
Lightning is still going on into.
Yeah. Hey, little cuz, how you doing?
Not bad.
Oh, your mom, she good?
Yeah, man, I spoke to her earlier from this and she's okay so far.
So, you're in St. Elizabeth right now?
No, man, I'm in Kingston. I'm at work.
Oh, you're at work. Oh, you move up. You know, down that side. All right, more. Send back on number, me call her back. So what she say? Any rain are going down there, down that side there?
At the time, it never started when I spoke to her.
Oh, it never started. All right. Tell her, send me back her number. I forgot to call her. Tell her she not call me.
Cool.
Tell her she's one of my bad cousin them way. We make me vex, you know. It's a number to me. I'm call her. Tell her I call her.
Yeah, man, I will.
All right, cool. Cool, little cuz. Later.
Yeah, man. All right, later.
Cool. Yeah, man. All right, so I call St. Elizabeth, but you know, I call her mom now, you know, in a Black River. Remember, me have blood relative all over the place, too, you know. And I'm friends, a lot of people, you know, some are good. Same? All right, so, yeah, man. All right, I call. All right, I call Dimple right now. Yeah, we're going down there, so. Yeah, man. Call and you were going with down there, no? Yes. You are going down there. So you know, touch up. Dimple.
Hello.
What going, cause you good? Yeah, so your that's more you say you not call you see you? You see you? You know long you not talk to me. Your daughter have my number, you know, call me. Eh? Dimple. I will not call and cuss me. I'ma come around there. You know I'll be a cussing cuss me. Eh? And you not call me, don't. Then I mean this I call you. What happened to you? Eh, hold on this there. Not now go ahead. I wanna keep safe, you know. Want you keep safe. You good door. But remember eh? Yeah man. Yeah man, me up here man. Yeah man. Yeah man, me up here man. Eh. Yeah man. So what me not like how them mash up Black River though. Look how nice that's Black River Dimple. Look how places is so quiet like every day coming like a Sunday. When Black River turn cowboy town man. It cool down. But no, look how Black River used to nice, man. Remember when they used to nice, man? You can't believe say down there's a station now, man. Things can change, master. Everything, all right. I go and run some little things that I call about later. All right, coach. Cool. Yeah, man. All right, so yeah, man. But first, I call all over the place and show the things to you, all over the place. I want me to call over the place, you know. Look here. When them things say, you know, Andrew, them years and nothing say, look who I call, no, man. I call people neutral, but them that different thing. I call family members and close friends when I'm busy about uno. Saying, when your voice when I can't recognize, now I work for uno. Smarter than uno, man. So I call family and close, you know, family. The relative, but now I'm nothing to do with uno. Saying, but today all over the place. You can't hide from me, you know. So when I itch up in some place, me I tell them, say, hey, remember, you know. The bad slave descendant, this, you know, when I take talk, you know, we're there everywhere, you know. Can't hide from me. Good. You saying? All right, I could continue with this. Yeah, man.
Oh, and a tiny tropical storm through the Cayman Islands there on Sunday night. We're waiting for more frames to come out on that, but that's the latest GFS run. So I'd be happier if the storm could make landfall further south at the end, because not biased against Mexico, Cesar, but it would mean that the storm has less opportunity to strengthen.
Wait there, let me crack people.
I mean, any possibility of Beryl not strengthening that much is good news. Unfortunately for Mexico, that means a second direct hit, of course.
Yeah.
I'm located in the northeastern part of Mexico, where supposedly Beryl is going to affect again another cyclone striking the eastern coast of Mexico. I mean, it's depend. Hopefully, it won't get that strong. But of course, here in Mexico, a lot of people are waiting for more rain to come, since still we need a lot of water coming from the clouds. But well, let's see how it goes. But damn, I mean, it's the Gulf of Mexico. It's really like this.
Some people, I'm sure now look at touch a Port Royal road, you know. I'm sure now look at, yeah, man. I'm sure now look at thing we're going in a Port Royal road. Over Port Royal there. When I want to say, look at thing we're going over Port Royal. So go airport road, there's a Port Royal, eh? I'm sure now look at thing we're going over there right now. Look here already. Look here. See the rock them with them build up, look there. See the airport there now. Look here. Wanna see it? Just start. Play it back again. See one way over there, saying people. It'll move the stone them, man. And it not it yet, you know. See? Let's see where I go on. Eh? Road, when them done now, you say the whole road, them, when them say them fix and the most, this and that. One bag of money. Andrew, you can feel nice enough to say, yes, through the damage number, hold you accountable. You say the road, them, you know, can last more generation with kids and grandkids generation for years, 100 of years. I remember it have cable and light and it have all kind of thing because you say when you are build road, I mean, you St. Thomas, the road they want to build just wash pay. Peace, just a wash pay, so. All right. Continue what we're going on. Bad door.
That's 955, 956. Pressure higher again. Then they got the southeast eye wall, 988, 71 knots. So again, the drop son's pretty much in line with the data that we were getting from flight level, that the pressure is still going up at a rate of about 2 millibars per hour. And I just can't see it. I just can't see it being anywhere near 145 miles per hour anymore. When you've got a pressure creeping up still, it's been 145 miles per hour since the pressure was 946, or was it even 943? I can't remember if they dropped it by then or not, but you know, it's gone up well over 10 millibars or 10 millibars since it's been the same intensity. It just doesn't really tally. Brady says, oh, YouTube just scrubbed your comment. I've lost it now. Oh, there it is. How photogenic would you say that Beryl has been over the course of its lifetime? Oh, it has. It's been small, but it's been photogenic, especially on June 30th and July 1st. Those were the best points of this storm. And early on the 2nd.
The real estate market is...
Yeah, man. All right, yeah, man. All right. Yeah, man. So this hold it, you know. Yeah, say, man. I hold it, go and call some people, go and watch what go on. Yeah. Once it's so kind of near, you know. They're very close. So we could just the real pressure of this when it starts. Knock up the place. Call all over the place, you know. Yes, man, call all over the place. Finish call over the place. My Impulse number. From one end to the other, you know. So I said, you know. Yeah, man. Call all over the place, man. Call. And the ball on the. Yeah, what I want. So I wait 20 now, you know what I do? Wait 20 it. Cause down there so there's a feel what I go on, right? So if you see the little water when I didn't reach it and you see, cause them pile up some big boulder and everything, you know, what Port Royal that's in my building, you know. Me say, right, people, me and say the people them to build a seawall. Them they did a seawall. You see, like how downtown Kingston have a seawall, like how in a Manhattan have a seawall. You build a seawall. Drive down them pile the way interlock and drive them down and then you build a seawall. Now if you take the big stone, them the big bowl and one bag of money and put there, that a garbage to me. Seawall and steel and everything and concrete like you build a dam but it can't move. Build a seawall. more stronger and last for generation. You understand? So if I ride the seawater come over. But it now go wash away. Because when you build a seawater and like, you know? You understand? Now wash on a boulder and not all of that me think them that do. I know that thing do. Shane, who come up with the idea for just dump some boulder and them thing are bad, you know? Yeah? Yeah, man. And then people live out in a port royal now in a danger. You're sick or anything and you're in a port royal and the water running over upon you like this. You can't drive out. You're stuck. Yeah, man, you're stuck, man. So this bad. Get back to where I go.
That panel.
Let me take a look. Because my computer is so slow at loading everything up.
Well, it's little and large, that's for sure. I mean, it looks quite good though on its own there, 96L. I'm not seeing lightning.
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm going to buy a new Mac soon. So,
handful of lightning strikes in there, not many.
Oh, the camera's back up. The one that
Mystique.
It was the
Well, the way things were there, I reckon they just got power outage, and the camera probably did just fine. Looking back at Beryl now, and its enormous cloud tops that have been blowing up, they are still producing very high tops, minus 85 degrees. But the more we look at this satellite imagery, or in fact now it's minus 86 degrees. But the more we look at this imagery, the more the more trouble I'm having distinguishing where this eye is. It's getting to be a real problem now. Best estimate now is that the center of the eye is probably around 84 kilometers off the coast of eastern Jamaica, 112 from Kingston, 70 miles, and 120 from was it Portland Point, I think, was that southern point of Jamaica? Portland Point.
Wait, Nathan, what did you say about the power? Because my Mac decided to freeze on me again.
You lost power then.
Okay.
Well, the camera at Mystique, it must have had a power outage, because if the camera's fine again now, I'm sure it was fine all the way through, because the storm was so small. They probably got some hurricane force winds maybe, but I expect it wasn't too major. But well, what's on the camera? Is it? Can you see any damage?
I mean, I'm gonna give my Mac a few minutes to cool down real quick.
Dear, you're having real trouble.
Yes, I do. I don't know if it's because of pretty much all these tabs. Well, I never had problems with these tabs unless it's because I'm sharing screen, and when I use something a little too much, my Mac decides to.
I don't have it on my display anymore either, unfortunately.
I think I can't get it real quick.
Some more thoughts from various people in our chat right now. Observer says that they think 130 miles per hour may be a bit generous now. Maybe.
Oh.
Huh?
Oh, there looks like some downed trees.
Let's have a look.
There might be, because this area was like full of trees. I don't know if it got knocked down a little.
That's Mystique right now. Maybe looking a little bit scruffier after that hurricane.
Yeah, there's some trees that might be gone in the background. I mean, unless I can go look at the last live stream and then re-looking at this, then probably I could tell some difference.
But that's the view of Mystique right now, which is underneath Invest 96L, which is basically a cluster of thunderstorms that are moving through the same area that Beryl hit a couple of days ago. Shouldn't become a tropical storm anytime soon. But it could be on the cards later next week.
Look at this one.
Back to our revolving camera in Kingston. And you can see, again, visibility reduced. Probably light rain falling across the region there. That's what people have been reporting. Stefano says Beryl arguably looking better on visible satellite. Well, it's still hanging in there on visible. I don't know what to say about that. But what I will note there again is it is. Let me try and enhance this image here, because it's just very white, isn't it? There's not much that you can make out on there. We'll increase the contrast. Oh dear, it looks awful now. Maybe I went a bit too far.
The camera that I was using the class.
Sorry?
Yeah, the other camera doesn't work.
A little bit more helpful, that imagery there. I'm still fiddling about with the imagery. So you got to wonder when you look at that whether it is indeed taking a significant northwest jog. Can't call it at the moment. But when recon enter the storm, if they take that other pass, of course, we still don't know if they are. But if they do that next pass, we should be able to find out whether that's actually happening as they get their center fix. I should point out earlier, though, too, this was their last picture of that Air Force plane. And you can follow those fixes, the 4 fixes that they did in the storm. And you will note there at the end that 956 is northwest. So another pass would be very important to us here to figure out, 1, is the weakening continuing? But 2, is it actually taking a last-minute turn towards Jamaica? You wanted to say something there?
I wonder what that boat is for. Because, yeah, the boat that in the camera, forgot the name of it, is bringing out cars. I don't know what's the reason for it. Probably because
bringing out cars,
power outages in the area. Yeah, this boat right here is I saw like 2 cars coming out of it.
What, driving out?
Yeah, driving out of the boat.
I think that's called a ferry. I don't know if they have a ferry service there, but it sounds like either that or supplies or something along those lines.
Supplies, I'm not sure.
Although actually looking at a map, I don't think there are any ferry routes for Mystique. So perhaps it is something more on the supply side of thing there.
Probably.
Yeah, don't know. Just trying to figure out where exactly that is on the island too. I think it is northwest. That's the only kind of pier that I can see. It's a very small island.
No.
Sorry?
Yeah. I don't think it's a car ship because it almost looks like a military car. Not a military,
it may
but
well
somewhat
be.
Almost.
Yeah, it could be. Or the Coast Guard or something like that. Disaster relief.
Yeah.
If Beryl continues to wobble into the northwest, will it make a Jamaican landfall? If so, what would be the intensity? Would it be stronger than Gilbert? Big question there, isn't it? You see, this is it. I mean, I'm not sure this is still a Category 4 anymore, but we wait for further details. Satellite looks pretty appalling. And if it does, obviously Gilbert is the record setter for a Jamaican landfall. It made landfall in September 1988 with winds of 125 miles per hour. Beryl still estimated 145 miles per hour at the last update, but we think it may be much weaker now, maybe, possibly down to 130. But we're just speculating, really. And we don't want people to get excited about that because it is still, even if it weakened to Category 1, it's still got a quite expansive core, even though it is tight. And strong hurricane force winds and very strong gusts, even if the storm weakens, could cause major damage. Storm surge, that's a nailed on guarantee there that it will be around the 9 feet mark. And I think we're seeing it more now on satellite imagery too. This is a northwestward jog, it looks like. And that is not the news that we really want to hear.
Nathan, there's a question from, I can't pronounce, Lehazanzi. Is there any chance to see rapid intensification of the system behind this tomorrow?
Oh, 96L. Well, it needs to get some kind of core going if it's going to ever rapidly intensify, and it's nowhere near that yet. We got to get the thing named first. Ain't going to happen.
No, because Saharan dust is choking it, and pretty much I think wind shear is battling it with as well. So chances of that is low.
Tashik also with a message of thanks there as well, watching since Sunday. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for tuning in and hope we're doing a good job. Incidentally, if anyone is interested in helping out our coverage or would like to help in some way or another, pool our resources together and the like, feel free to send us a message. You can email us, contact@force13.com, or you can contact us on our social media platforms. You can send us messages on Facebook or Twitter. I still won't call it X. And you can also contact us on Discord. The Force 13 has an account on there, or you can contact my personal account, Foycaster, Foy Caster is my name on there as well. So plenty of ways you can get involved, and our Discord server there as well, discord.gg/Force13 for tropical weather chat and other weather chat as well. I think we had all the questions there. Oh, is oceanic heat content fueling Beryl or not? It will play a part, but that's not enough to keep the storm going if it's struggling against wind shear and struggling with its core. Otherwise, we'd see storms forming all the time over these areas. Would have probably had 6 by now. So I'm going to try and get a position estimate here based on radar for the first time. And I think we can place it approximately 70 kilometers off the coast of eastern Jamaica. And that would be 90 from Kingston. So getting closer and closer to you, Kingston. And 95 from Portland Point. And again, you can see that car going down there, pushing up a bit of spray. It certainly looks like they're getting much more rainfall down there now. And again, look at this radar imagery showing, was there a northwest jog? I think so. Is it still going? Possibly. But I think this little update here will push the northern eye wall over the southern part. That little bit that sticks out there, that's Portland Point, could get the eye wall. And if it does get the eye wall, then looking further west as well, Alligator Pond may also get it if Portland Point does. So keep watching very closely on that, but it still looks like very clearly that Kingston and almost all other major populated areas of Jamaica should avoid the worst winds, although they could still receive hurricane force winds. What do I mean in terms of the difference between that? The worst winds, we're talking 140 mile per hour sustained winds. Hurricane force winds are around 75 and higher as well. Does the core look like it partially recovered in the last few frames of Beryl? Just looking, I don't think so. I don't think it has. But don't forget, it's not just the satellite that we look at here. It's the other info that we get. Radar, half useful at the minute. Recon, we really want to see another pass from that Air Force plane, but we haven't had any updates for half an hour. I really don't know whether it was going to go for it or not. So we're really being kept hanging. So we try and figure out whether they're going to enter the storm again. If you've just joined us, this is Force 13 Live. We're coming up to 10:30 in Jamaica. And no, it's not. It's 11:30 now, isn't it? 11:30. Time goes by so quick now. And we're watching Hurricane Beryl, which was given 145 miles per hour and a pressure of 954 millibars at the last National Hurricane Center update. Still extraordinarily strong, especially for the time of year, and is still likely to remain strong as it moves through the rest of the Caribbean Sea. The forecast predicts a Category 2 for the Yucatan, and hurricane warnings have been issued. So quite a few places still ahead of Beryl even after it passes Jamaica, but for the time being, we're routed mainly to Jamaica coverage here because, of course, it is right by you now. Of course, Jamaica has a sizable population of 2.7 million, and all of which could receive tropical storm force winds from this storm, which can be dangerous in themselves, with the stronger hurricane force winds affecting the southern half. Live view from Kingston, looking over the bay there. Still not getting particularly strong winds there, which is good news. But we do suspect that some of the more exposed areas out towards the southeast will be getting hurricane force winds by now. Magenta Skies says that when do we think Debbie will form? And what would happen if Beryl entered the Gulf of Mexico without hitting the Yucatan? Exclamation mark. Well, the next named storm, it could come from Invest 96L. Suggestions that it might form near the end of the next 5 days. And if Beryl does shoot the gap in the Yucatan Channel, then it's all bets are off. It's going to be a potentially very strong hurricane continuing on through over warm sea surface temperatures of the Gulf. And I think it would be potentially a big disaster in the making there if that happened. But it really, really shouldn't. Okay, it shouldn't happen. But we'll keep looking for it. Let's take a look then. Just catch the end of that GFS run that we were looking at earlier. Let's see what else happened in that run. The good news on this is that the storm stays further south, Beryl. It doesn't actually make landfall in Texas, and it is relatively weak when it makes its final landfall, although we know how much the GFS has underestimated this storm so far and still initializing it wrongly at every turn. 980 millibars was the generation for it this time, which is completely wrong. It's actually around 954. Went through southern Jamaica, just very close by to the Cayman Islands, hurricane conditions on Grand Cayman, through Cozumel. Well, not quite actually, just south of there now. Cozumel getting storm force winds. Tulum maybe getting hurricane force winds through Yucatan. weakens, strengthens again as it approaches northeastern Mexico inland. Stalled a little bit at first, but then becomes a very weak system afterwards. And look at this. This, I think, is Invest 96L. And now that's going into the Yucatan. And stays far south and strengthens a lot before it reaches Tampico for a landfall in the later part of that model run. Well, I've not seen anything like that before, but at least from this phase of storms. But that's that latest GFS. I'm not sure how it came to that conclusion, but that's what it's saying. Someone wanted us to check the icon before, so let's have a look. I assume it's got something bad on it since you wanted us to look at it. Well, first of all, it does a big jog northwest and makes a landfall in Jamaica. That's number one. Then it turns almost due west for a while and avoids Grand Cayman, at least with the strongest winds. And then a little bit north of the GFS and National Hurricane Center cone, near Tulum, and then into the Gulf, and strengthens a lot before it gets to Texas. And that there is a major hurricane landfall. And then it's probably still a hurricane there when it goes through Houston. Great times. That's the icon model. I knew it would have something crazy on it. 96L behind it, tries to develop, struggles, but it is in tandem with Beryl the whole time. I mean, look at it there. It's right next to it by that point later on in the Gulf. Whilst we're here, let's look at some others then. The European model, ECMWF, that National Hurricane Center said that was a southern outlier. That actually has landfall in Jamaica quite clearly. And then through Yucatan, stays relatively far south. CMC, what does that one do? No landfall in Jamaica, landfall in the Yucatan. Very, very similar to GFS, actually, that one. Very, very similar. Almost identical, those two. So that's a little look at the crazy world of the forecast models. And we're still not getting any updates on the recon plane. So I don't know what they're doing or if they're even in the storm anymore. Our team aren't saying anything in the background either, so I don't think anyone really knows about that right now. So we're left with this latest satellite imagery. There'll be another update from the National Hurricane Center in an hour and a half. That's when we will get the latest advisory. But it's still increasingly difficult to try and find the center on this storm now, at least from a satellite top-down perspective. It's just getting very hard to find. Best estimate now is that it's probably about 65 kilometers away from land, which is just over 40 miles. Switch back to visible, and you'll see it again there. Possible northwestward movement continuing. Hey, that's quite impressive. If that continues, then could it be heading straight for land? Back in Kingston, the rain continues to fall. Although we're still not seeing particularly strong conditions here. But it is definitely raining quite a bit. And again, look at that. You see little trees down there at the bottom, barely moving. So it is still very calm in Kingston, but it is quite wet. And yeah, Ezra Smith said a minute ago, light rain in Kingston. Motive Lovely says that there is a curfew ongoing in Jamaica till 6 p.m. today, and that's why there's no one outside. Aidan wants to know when our live stream is ending. You want rid of us so quick? No, well, I don't know yet. We're probably covering... We're going to stay until at least it makes its closest pass and or landfall. And I don't know what we're going to do beyond that. Really, we're just here for as long as we need to be. Really. Where is Beryl located right now? How far from? Well, I just said before, about 65 kilometers from the coast of Jamaica. About 87 kilometers from Kingston, 96 from Portland Point. And some people reckon that you've been snoring, Jose. Some people reckon you've been so tired you've been snoring on air. I didn't hear it.
No, I'm still here just looking at my phone at the same time. Just my eyes are been burning already. I don't know why I feel sleepy all of a sudden.
All right.
I guess coffee didn't work.
It's going to be like that for a lot of people today, I think. Lots of time spent poring over all of this right now.
Oh, man.
So we're still tracking Beryl as it approaches the coast of southern Jamaica. This is Force 13 Live, and we will be here for as long as it is making that approach. Let's see if there's any new radar images right now. Here is the latest. And again, you'll see that it is actually looking pretty good there now on that eye. Certainly the northern side is well and truly present. Southern side, we just can't really tell. I think it's just because it's the far side of the radar. Maybe a gap in the southeast side, but it's hard to tell. It's hard to give any kind of intensity advice based on this radar, but direction, though, look at that. That is a pronounced northwest turn here. And that is curving straight towards the Kingston area if it keeps going like that. This is a bit of a turn up for the books right now because it is clearly going northwest. And that means it would be making a beeline for land. And if it kept going in that direction, we would have landfall near Kingston in about 2.5 hours.
All right, that's enough time for me to sleep.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm joking. I'll be here until this.
So that is a big, big wobble. We're going to be watching that super closely as to whether that movement continues. But it really looks like their radar and visible, what much we can see on visible there. We've enhanced that imagery, by the way, to try and give you a little bit of a clearer look at the eye. It's very hard to discern unenhanced because it's so clouded over. But it really looks like it's moving northwest at this point, and that takes it straight towards land. We'll keep watching these webcams. Again, still winds are very light.
I can't even see the eye wall anymore on this visible satellite.
It's there, all right. Alexia says, how big is the wind field? Well, it's supposedly up to 185 nautical miles, or normal miles, actually, statute miles, the storm force winds. Now, that doesn't mean that everywhere within 185 miles of the eye will get storm force winds at every minute, all at the same time. It means that you may get some sustained winds at some point. Or that it's possible in all of those areas. And the hurricane force wind field extending out, I think 40 or 45 miles, which, you know, with these latest position estimates, the southeastern part of Jamaica, southeast of Kingston, they should, if not now, very shortly, be in the hurricane force wind field. And that should spread to Kingston, theoretically, within an hour, if that northwestward movement continues. As you can see, visibility is down, rainfall is up, but still the winds are very light. There's the view down at sea level and visibility very poor. And a wider shot from this little marina here in the in Kingston Harbour region. So yeah, people are saying it's very ominous. It certainly is. The latest movement of this storm, very, very ominous. If I was to draw a line here, you know, earlier on, it started off around, oops, it started off here. And then as we chart its movement, look at that. From that point there, it does that. It goes up that way. Is it temporary? Is it longer term? That's the big question. Will it go back westwards like that? And if we turn the satellite off or switch it to something else for a bit, oh, there it is, then that's still okay if it goes back westwards. Or is it something more permanent where it goes straight northwest and that would take it right there? Or a blend of the two, where it might just curve back and might just give a glancing landfall there to the very southern part of the island. Big question marks here, and we don't have the answers. I know that's frustrating, but we have to watch it as it happens to try and figure out how this is going to play out. But at the moment, it's looking very concerning that northwestward motion has happened all on its own just there. What have Recon done? Something's happened with Recon. I'm trying to figure out where they are now. They went through. They did another iPass. Air Force 306 did another iPass, but we've got fragmented data. We have what they got in the northwest eye wall. They got 110 to 115 knot SFMR, and they got just over 115 knot flight level wind. So it looks like north. I'm confused, but the extrapolated pressure, I think, is in the upper 950s, maybe 956, 957 now. I'm really confused by the whole thing. Been a loss of data, but they've definitely been through the eye again. And I think what they must have done, I'm really confused as to what they've actually done here. I think they must have gone in northeast, circled around the eye a bit, and then gone out northwest in their latest pass. But unfortunately, frustratingly, we don't actually have that northeast pass data. Only what they found in the northwest, and it was a few 115 knot winds flight level, and they got extrapolated 956 in the center. So that's what they have found. But I don't know if we're ever going to get that data, but we don't have the northeast data. It's gone missing. Bit frustrating that, but on the northwest side they got a better wind up to 115 to maybe 120 knot flight level, SFMR 110 to 115, but that still tells us really that at best this is 130 miles per hour based on that data without having the northeast info. We really need that northeast pass info to give us anything different. But that's what we've got right now based on that new data. Not much, I'm afraid, to work with. So once again, looking at satellite imagery, watching this storm curve northwest in the last few frames. How long will it last? Every minute that that storm continues northwesterly increases the chances that Jamaica receives the eye of the storm or its strongest winds. And I think Kingston will just avoid it, but I think some other parts to the west will get it if this keeps up. And we've not got much time to work with, you know. I think the eye of the storm must now be about, if it kept going in a straight line, that it would make landfall in about 2.5 hours. That will be the center of the eye. So really, you could be talking 1.5 to 1 3/4 hours for the strongest winds. So closer and closer, if that trend that's just started gets properly established and continues. So could be getting on to bigger impacts soon. Well, these have stopped working for the time being. Let's stick with this camera right now. Looks like it's getting wetter there, although I was going to say blustery, but not really. Those trees once again down the bottom aren't really moving. So again, a live view in Kingston where visibility is much reduced. You can barely see across the bay now. And rain is falling. Some oranges on the radar entering the area shortly. So the rain is expected to pick up further. But the more we look at Beryl now on satellite imagery, which I'll show you again shortly, it's a massive mess. It really is. But a massive mess with very high cloud tops. We just had another cloud top reading of -88. Which is very low. Let's see if we can get some questions right now. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we can take your questions live on the air. Stefano says Morant Bay is reporting 47 mile per hour winds. And Sebastian is going on a cruise in 10 days, and the hurricane is going to where I am going. What should I expect? I don't know. I imagine your cruise operator will be able to tell you anything you need to know about whatever's happening there. But you won't get a hurricane whilst you're out, because these two will be gone. Well, Beryl and 96L will be gone by then. Why is the southern part of the storm so weak? Another question there. Good question. It's been weak for a long time, but it's looking really appalling now. There's hardly anything there on that south side. Oh no, false alarm. I thought we got the missing data from the recon plane, but we didn't. They've just updated with some more data, but obviously they're outside of the storm now. But they aren't heading home yet by the looks of it. They are flying along the western side of the storm again. So it looks like they might be gearing up for another. And maybe because that data wasn't, maybe they had data problems themselves and they might want to go through it again, perhaps. They might be going in for a southwest northeast pass soon. And that would be very useful if we could get that, because the whole thing right now hinging really on what's going on in that northeastern eye wall, because the best we've got right now is 115 knot flight level winds and 110 to 115 knot SFMRs, which I 130 mile per hour category 4 at best if that turns out to be our OBS. And that extrapolated pressure that last time was 960. Is that right? I think it was a bit lower than that.
It was lower. I heard 956 the last time.
We do have some dropson data. Let's see if we got anything interesting here. They got the northeast eye wall, 986 millibars, so still quite far out, 90 knots. Then they got the eye, and they got 960. Oh, that'll be the dropson then. 960 millibars with winds of 12 knots, so probably 959. It sounds like this storm is collapsing.
Oh, thank God.
And northwest eye wall, though, 982 millibars, 100 knots. So the dropsons would suggest that the northeastern eye wall shouldn't be at least much stronger than the northwest. So this suggests to me that this storm is at best 130 miles per hour and probably less. And a pressure somewhere near 959. Latest ADT satellite estimates still hovering around the 115 mile per hour range, which obviously is much lower too. So fingers crossed, this storm is substantially weakening. But one big caveat to that is that looks like it is moving and has curved northwest and could be about to make landfall in Jamaica. You heard Maury just then. Welcome aboard. Obviously, hearing that information, a little bit of good news, but still looking as though it will be a very powerful landfall. This camera isn't working at the minute, I don't think. I'm not sure if those cameras have stopped already. We have 3. 2 of them are struggling right now, but we've still got this one, which is running out in the marina area. But still, once again, of course, they're getting lots of rain. It's hard to tell how much when you're looking at this, but they're getting lots of rain. But in terms of wind, very little still at this point, with the hurricane pretty much right on top of you there in Kingston. Still very calm winds. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we can take your comments live on the air. Thoughts on 91E's appearance? Last time I looked at it a few hours ago, it looked dreadful, and I'm not going to entertain it. Could Beryl be fighting the wind shear to keep Category 4 intensity? That's what it is fighting. It's starting to lose that battle, I think, at the minute. When will it make landfall? If it keeps going straight towards land right now, which it might be, northwest, it will be 2 to 2.5 hours. And apparently, someone in the chat there saying that those cameras may have already lost power outages already.
Oh.
It can't be wind-driven power outages, though. What's going on?
Maybe the rain.
I don't know.
Maybe the rain is weighing down the power lines, or maybe there was an electrical transfusion. I don't know. I'm not an expert in that category.
See.
What are the odds this is the latest starting Eastern Pacific season of the satellite era? Well, it's pinning its hopes on Invest 91E, isn't it? If that doesn't form, then it's curtains for the Eastern Pacific hurricanes. No, not it. But it is would be the latest start in the satellite era if we don't get an Eastern Pacific storm by July 6, just 3 days away. So this system that's got a 40% chance of forming over there, that's the last chance. And then after that, it would be the latest start since 1957. And with nothing on the forecast after this little system too, we could easily get to July 15th and even beat 1957. After that, we'd have to go back to 1953, which only saw its first Eastern Pacific storm in August. Although, without satellites and without that many ships over there, I reckon there may have been more than that. Of course, that season only recorded 4 storms in the Eastern Pacific, so that's highly sketchy. Logan says, what do we think about 96L, that area of interest that's moving through the Windward Islands right now? Well, it's certainly going to be causing inclement weather in those areas that were already impacted by Beryl. It looks pretty decent. We were looking at it earlier. Not much lightning in it. And I don't think it will manage properly for a little bit, though. If it does form, it looks like it will be in the Western Caribbean. West of Jamaica, probably, actually, near the Cayman Islands.
Let's go, I'm unstoppable. I got money flowing in case you didn't know.
Hurricane. We don't think it's as strong as it was. We still don't know for sure, but we have... Oh, hold on a minute. I think they have pieced together the rest of that recon data. So they did get the northeast quadrant, and they got nearly 130 knot flight level wind and 110 knot SFMR. So still quite high flight level winds. And I think based on that, it's probably a fair assessment to give it 130 miles per hour on that data. And they still may do another pass yet as they are moving along the the western side of the storm, that latest recon plane AF306. They've already made at least 5 eye intercepts in their mission and could be going on to make a 6. If they continue southwards there, and might turn northeast again and try and get another pass out. Of course, it's also getting obviously very close to land, so they're probably running out of time to do any further recon passes. So this is Force 13 Live. If you've just joined us, we are watching Hurricane Beryl, still a very powerful Category 4 storm, and is set to reach Jamaica very shortly. If you're wondering about the faces behind the voices, we don't show ourselves very often, but we're here. My name's Nathan Foy here in the studio. I'm joined by quite a few people in our discussion right now. We have Cesar, Maury, and Jose. And we're also joined by Jack now as well. And we're all watching this storm as it piles into Jamaica as a powerful Category 4 still at this point. Obser is wondering whether we will diverge from the National Hurricane Center and call 125 or 130. I don't think so. It's an hour until the next advisory. I think we'll be waiting out for that to see what they say. And we'll just run with what they have. But definitely weakening. Pressure is going up about 2 millibars an hour. Latest estimate pressure there, somewhere near 959 millibars probably. I just cannot see it being a Category 4 with a pressure like that. And I can confirm that AF306 is going in for another pass. It's going from southwest to northeast, I expect. And they're just entering the southwestern eye wall again now. They made a very tight triangle as it passed northwest and then moving south and now going in again northeast, southwest to northeast. So we'll get some more data coming up very shortly, and that will be a very rapid turnaround, that's for sure, between eye passes. could be a very important pass coming up. And I'm sure it will be very important for the National Hurricane Center as they put together their data for their next advisory. I don't know what's happened to the satellite there, but it's disappeared in the last frame. Oh, I see what's happened. It's because they've moved the floater. So don't panic. You can see here what happens. What have they done? They've moved the floater to Louisiana. Why have they done that? They already lost interest. Apparently, they've moved the floater to Louisiana, everyone. So it's the rapid scan
What
imagery.
floater?
The mesoscale floater.
Oh. Yeah, I guess they lost interest, or maybe they're setting up for maybe when it reaches the United States. I don't know.
It might be a brief glitch. They might be switching to mesoscale too. We'll figure that out when we get to it here. But this is the latest satellite image of the storm. Let's hop on to. Can we see it on the CONUS imagery? Is it too far away? I think. Oh no, we can. We can see it on the 5-minute imagery here, at least for the time being, whilst we wait and see what they do with that rapid scan. And again, showing just how that storm is looking. The eye is invisible at this point. It's gone missing on a satellite perspective and really struggling. But from a visible perspective, though, it is still quite visible, no pun intended, as it moves possibly northwestwards, certainly what radar is indicating. And let's look back at that right now. It looks like it's curving back westwards again in that latest frame. There's definitely a big pronounced northwest turn and possibly a little turn west again in those latest frames. But currently right now, we anticipate that the eye of the storm must only be about 62 kilometers from the coast of Jamaica, and it would be 62 kilometers from Poor Man's Corner. So not much further to Kingston from there. Distance from Kingston, 76 kilometers, and for forgot the name of that place now, Portland Point, it is 74 kilometers. So drawing ever nearer. And again, looking back at that video, live stream, showing the viewpoint there from the marina there. I think this is on the Port Royal side, somewhere around there. Someone hanging out in a boat, don't know why. But that's the live view. Heavy rain there, but still really very little in terms of wind. So it can only be a good thing, but we expect to see some kind of change to that soon with the strong winds getting very close to the region now. Let's see if we can get some more comments. Looks like the Atlantic is taking all the Western Pacific storm energy. You could say that, but where was it last month and the previous month? Well, apart from those two storms we had in the Westpac, I mean, pretty quiet all around until this. Blurry Cat says, what are the chances that we re-intensify into a major in the Gulf? Well, latest model runs look like they may have backed off a bit, but I would still say there is a chance there. And that's about all we've got for questions at the moment. Feel free to send them in. Start your message with Force 13 all in text as we keep looking at this camera. Obser says that they say the storm is 130 miles per hour based on the data from the recon. That 130 is fairly safe, and I would agree with that. 130 is probably the best bet for this storm right now. National Hurricane Center will update at the end of this hour with any new information that they've got and their analysis. And whether there's any new watches or warnings that come into effect, well, probably not, because they did a big update a while ago. And don't forget, it's the national agencies that issue their own warnings. The National Hurricane Center takes that and puts it in their advisory. Reminder of where the warnings are now. Hurricane warnings still for Jamaica, of course, Cayman Islands, the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula now, from Puerto Costamea to Cancun. Hurricane watch for the Yucatan from south of Puerto Costamea to Chetumal, and from Cancun to Cabo Catoche. Tropical storm warning for the south coast of Haiti still, westwards to Anstahino, and the coast of the Yucatan in those same areas that have those hurricane watches. And a tropical storm watch for Belize from south of Chetumal to Belize City, and the coast of the Yucatan from Cabo Catoche to Campeche. Moving, swiveling round the coastline there. I'm going to be taking a couple of minutes out here because I've been pretty much non-stop for the last 6 hours. We've got a few people on our team in our presence right now, so I'll throw it over to you guys to talk about Beryl and whether you think it is weakening and by how much. And I don't think my mic was on for the last few minutes. Let's start with Cesar then. Tell us about what your thoughts are with Beryl moving northwestwards towards Jamaica and weakening, possibly.
You cracked up a lot, Nathan. I didn't even hear what you just said.
All right, we'll start again then. Hurricane Beryl was 145 miles per hour, the last National Hurricane Center update, now moving towards a briefly jogged towards the northwest and now heading, looks like still west-northwest though in those later frames, getting very close to Jamaica. Open the floor to whoever wants to talk about it. How much is the storm weakening, if it is very much? Well, it is obviously, but where do we go from here, basically?
To be honest, yeah, I mean, you're actually right. It's been weakening the past, 6 hours since we started streaming. It's been weakening a lot, but it's been strange how the National Hurricane Center is still keeping a winds of 145 miles per hour with a insane high pressure, insane pressure, which it doesn't seem right. Like when the National Hurricane Center came out with the advisory of the I was expecting like 130 miles per hour winds or probably high end Cat 3, but then they stuck with 145 miles per hour, which was kind of not right. But the system has been weakening a lot and pressure has been rising. So, and seeing the movement of it kind of west-northwest, I'm pretty sure it might get a little closer to Jamaica. But yeah.
New recon data has just come out. We see about 121 knot flight level winds. So I don't know what that translates to, but definitely still pointing towards a weaker storm. And we can see with all of the imagery that this storm really is collapsing, likely due to wind shear, and also because of that upper level cyclone, the upper level anticyclone that used to power the cyclone has gone away from it now. So that probably isn't the main reason. The main reason is likely wind shear. However, we are still watching the system for any jogs towards land. But it does seem like we are experiencing a much weaker system, which was inevitable with this system being unable to persist for a long time, as no systems are able to. But yeah, we're just watching this system as it continues to weaken.
Another iPass from AF306, 956.2 extrapolated. And maximum winds in the southwest, they got, this is a strange one. Maximum winds in the southwest, only 80 knots, but a 105 knot SFMR. And they've gone east now, not northeast. They've gone east, and they just got a 120 knot flight level, but only 90 knot SFMR.
Curious.
That's
So
weird.
A
I don't get
proper mix up in observations right there.
Yeah, I don't get the variation between SFMR and the flight level winds.
That
I
is
mean,
strange.
there should be some, but that's extreme.
And the temperature in the eye of around 20 degrees there.
That's oddly strange.
Let's go back to this imagery of the storm right now. Visible plus infrared. But it's not looking very good on the satellite perspective. I'm really not sure what to make of those new observations then. I expect that it would still support, I think I would still go with 130 miles per hour if I was going to be doing the NHC update, which I'm not. Just wondering what they've done with the rapid scan, though. Where's the other one, Meso 2? I can't actually see where that even is. Oh, that's way up in the US. So they've put both Meso floaters over the US, which I guess, but there is a major hurricane hitting Jamaica. Quite important. So we're left with the less impressive imagery that we get, the 5-minute imagery from the CONUS band. And I'm having to readjust my other files as well, try and give you more updates on the storm's position. Let's see if we can take a look at any new radar images. There it is, back towards its original movement by the looks of things. It gave us a bit of a scare with a big northwest jog. As it is right now, it still looks like the northern eye wall will miss Kingston, although it could still clip the southern tip of the island. I keep forgetting the damn name now. Portland Point. And then further on, if it kept moving west-northwestwards, it could end up going near Alligator Pond. But as it stands right now, it is looking as though we won't be having a landfall.
That's good that we won't see a landfall because, since with the strength of the storm, it can do more destruction if Jamaica's going to enter the eye. But mostly, it's going to be kind of bad since that means that there's nothing to weaken it more. Because the only way to break a weekend is if it hits Jamaica and comes over land, that can weaken it. I mean, the wind shear is doing its job. It's weakening the storm a lot. But it's not that much enough. So it might hold on to its strength for a little while before it starts to weaken and drop until, it reaches the Yucatan.
Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we can take your comments live here. Christopher says that this storm is giving us mixed signals, and I don't like it. Yeah, there's not much to like about it. Could the eye relocate towards the northwest? No, eyes don't relocate. Circulations can relocate in the early stages of tropical cyclone formation, but a storm of this strength, won't be happening. We're looking at the last webcam that's still up right now in Jamaica at the moment, because there have been some power outages, or I don't know if it's out or if it's been switched off, but power's out in part of Kingston right now, but we still have this camera point right now, and you can see a lot of rain still falling there here. But yeah, despite that, still very little in terms of wind, which is pretty crazy given just how close it is to the center of the storm at this point. We had a dropson from the western eye wall earlier, and it got 109 knots at 975 millibar, not quite at the ground. So let's call it let's say it's 105. So still decent there. I think that could still justify that 130 miles per hour. Waiting to see if they got a proper eye drop sonde as well in their latest pass, but we're waiting for more data. We only had what they got on the western flank. It is nearly 20 past 12 in Jamaica right now, and we are waiting for the National Hurricane Center's update, which will appear at the end of the hour. And they are probably waiting for more recon data, but surely at the next update, they will have to drop that intensity at least a little bit. The latest being 145 miles per hour, 954 millibars at the last update at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And it's been a little while since we had anything supporting that from the aircraft data and the pressure now, all the way up probably to around 959 millibars, close to 960. And we've just received the eye drop sonde, just a second. 959 with a maximum of 6 knots, probably less. So sounds like a good bet there. 959. You know, I don't think you can't go 145 for 959, can you? So I think they're going to be dropping that intensity, but it is still fairly strong. I'm sure they will keep Category 4 when they do their update at 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. But it is thankfully a bit weaker. But if it does make landfall at 130 miles per hour in Jamaica, that still makes it the most powerful hurricane to make landfall in Jamaica's history, beating Hurricane Gilbert, which made landfall with winds of 125 miles per hour. And look at the damage it did, although, of course, it was much larger. Jennifer says, what is the projection right now for how strong it will be when it hits the Yucatan Peninsula? We've been talking about that on and off, and there's the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center, Thursday night into Friday morning. As for its strength, though, there's still a lot of uncertainty surrounding it. Category 2 is the best bet right now, but it could be a bit higher. That's the floater that shifted there now. There was the hurricane for a brief period. So we're still watching this very closely here. Hurricane Beryl still with huge cloud tops, by the way, on that northern side, really blowing up on the side facing Jamaica. Just latest, oh wow, minus 89 on that latest cloud top reading. That's a new low during this storm. So extremely impressive there, minus 89-degree cloud top, but it comes at the expense of this storm having a visible eye on infrared, and also at the expense of the south and southeastern side of the eye wall, which is really, really struggling. So it's not necessarily a sign of strength. So pretty crazy storm, still continuing, drawing ever nearer to Jamaica. It feels like it's been going on forever. Back with that viewpoint there from Kingston. Looks like visibility's improved a little bit. So the rain might just be calming down a little, but obviously it will only be temporary. And I'm just checking the radar again. It is definitely passing by to the south. I think I can say with some conviction now that Kingston will be avoiding the eye wall of the storm. So a small victory there. And there is going to be a fair chance that all of Jamaica will avoid the eye wall. But at the moment, it still looks like Portland Point and Alligator, what was it? Alligator Pond could just clip the edge of the inner eye wall. So still could get really dangerous conditions in those two locations for a short period. Of course, if there is another jog to the north, then that might change things again for those last two places. But I can say with some good certainty at this point that Kingston will be avoiding the inner eye wall, which contains the strongest winds. And I've made that conclusion based on what we're looking at here on this radar. Still can't tell for sure that south side whether the radar is picking it up properly or not. But if it is true, the southern side is very bare, and that would make sense given what we see on satellite. But the northern side is still quite strong, although not as strong as earlier. But that could also be a feature of the radar, as I think it's still looking at Cuban radar. And obviously Jamaica is in the way to give us proper data. All right, let's switch back to this imagery once again, and I'll open up an opportunity here to the team. I don't know if anyone wants to say anything about the storm right now, but the floor's open.
Well, like I said, the storm is I'd say that the storm is one of the most interesting and most powerful storms I have seen in my entire time of studying and understanding hurricanes. But yeah, like it's just so shocking how it's managed to survive through the Caribbean Sea with those wind shears, and it's still holding on so well, but it's weakening, but holding at least. So now we're just gonna wonder if this thing will hold by the time it goes over to the Gulf, which is a question that I'm still thinking if it's gonna hold or not.
Yeah, I really don't know where we go from here. Could it be the start of a complete capitulation of this storm and rapid weakening? Would be nice, but we know Beryl's history, and I don't think we can ever trust Beryl to behave normally. Do we believe Hurricane Beryl will be the strongest hurricane this season in terms of wind?
Well, I mean, it is July, so we still got another 4 more months to go. There still might be another hurricane out there that could be more stronger than Beryl.
It did get to 175 miles per hour.
Yeah, but like something, I don't think it's going to be the strongest. There's probably going to be something that ties.
Really?
Because seeing as this is so early in July. Obviously, everyone was crazing about how active this Atlantic hurricane season is.
The sea surface temperatures are only going to get warmer, and you also might get less of that dry air intrusion. So a system will have much more capability. Maybe it will be better forecasted than Beryl. Maybe we'll actually be forecasting a Category 5 this time with the next storm. But I do believe that we are. Even though if it hits land, that's the real question to be asking.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing I said about the South Hemisphere in 2022 to 2023. It's like complete, and I mean that goes for 2023 worldwide as well. It's like it's quality over quantity, to be honest, because the activity in the Atlantic hurricane season has obviously, as we know, been late start, weak, and same goes for the Eastern Pacific and the Western Pacific actually as well. So there's definitely a chance for there to be another contender to tie with Beryl status or to beat it completely later in the season.
A lot of people earlier were talking about Invest 91E, and now that we do have satellite daylight imagery of it, well, it does look better. It's getting some good rotation going there. Cloud tops aren't amazing, but certainly got a good structure starting up, and that may well become a tropical cyclone. Eastern Pacific desperately needs it because it's at real risk of becoming the latest start to a hurricane season in the Eastern Pacific in the satellite era. Keep watching that one. It shouldn't be a huge threat to land, only a glancing tropical storm threat for the coast of Mexico.
Out of curiosity, what is the latest start to an Eastern Pacific season?
It depends how far you want to go back, because obviously records aren't very good at all when you go. But in the satellite era, it was 1964, which had its first storm on July 6th.
Oh, wow.
Yep. It's now or never for the Eastpac.
Fast approaching.
It sure is. But mainly, we're looking at Beryl and, of course, its approach to Jamaica, which is really happening right now. It's almost making its closest pass to the capital, Kingston. You can see again on this radar imagery just how close it's getting. No new frame yet, unfortunately. But if I was to just look, because we can't really see the eye on satellite anymore, so we're going to try and use radar to help us figure out where it is. And I would place it then, based on that info, probably about 52 kilometers away from land, near Poor Man's Corner. About 61 kilometers from Norman Manley International Airport, 63 from Port Royal, 65 from Kingston, 66 from Portmore, 72 from Spanish Town, 76 from Old Harbor, and 61 from Portland Point. So very close. This storm, tropical storm force winds, should be occurring all along that south coast there, all of those yellow areas basically. As we've been watching these viewpoints, it's looking a little bit calmer again in Kingston, actually. So we look at this imagery. So no idea what's going on there. But power is out at two of the other cameras that we were watching earlier, so they're gone for now. But it still looks calm, doesn't it? And very, very light winds. Now, we know that the Kingston area is in a protected area. It's got, a natural break with that spit of land that moves across. And, of course, it's quite buried northwards within the coastline. So if we're really looking for those strong winds, it's either the hills or more exposed places like the Hellshire area, Hellshire Hills, Poor Man's Corner, which I just mentioned, and points eastwards towards East Prospect and obviously towards the eastern tip of Jamaica. And then, of course, Portland Point. These places could all get sustained hurricane force winds and maybe higher. And then later on towards Alligator Pond, as the storm squirms westwards, and then maybe towards the Savannah Lamar area and the western tip of Jamaica as well, depending on how much it moves northwest. Although if it moved a bit further west by that point, it might pass by you quite quietly as well. But at the moment, this is Kingston. A lot of rain, it seems. Can't really see exactly how much, what rain rate we're looking at there, but looks like a fair bit. But still, winds are calm. We should have a National Hurricane Center update soon. We have an just a second. We have had a second eye drop sonde, which got 959 as well. Are they identical? I think they're identical. And then there was a drop sonde in the eastern eye wall, which only got 991 millibars, so it must have been quite far out. 78 knots there. So still nothing crazy from these recon passes right now compared to what we saw earlier. And definitely when you look at the charts, a weakening trend is certainly underway. Pressure estimate still somewhere around 959 millibars, but I think the NHC are going to have to weaken this storm a little bit at the next advisory. What will it go down to? Not sure. I would probably keep 130. They may still keep 140. I'm not sure what they'll do with it, but 959 millibars looks to be the pressure that they're going to go with. Orlando's now joined us as well. Have you been watching all of those recon flights this morning, and how do you feel it's progressed?
I think it's very interesting how much it's maintained so far. I mean, we're looking at the best case scenario. I mean, if it was expected to be a lot weaker by this point, but over the past 24 hours, it's definitely done not that. That's the best way I could put it. Still getting sheared, and there is some dry air coming in, disrupting the core, but it's still maintaining as a powerful Category 4 hurricane at this time.
What do you make of its cloud top structure? It's all over the place.
Yeah, it's very messy right now. That's the best way I could describe it. But of course, underneath that, using microwave imagery, even though its structure has declined, it's still managing to maintain somewhat of an intense core underneath.
Yeah, we did have a quick look at some of those microwave images earlier this morning. Do you think it's changed much since even then, though?
I mean, maybe slightly, especially on that southern and western side. But besides that, I think it's still, I mean, it's definitely still intact. I mean, on radar, you still see an eye wall.
Oh, yeah.
And beyond that, definitely from reconnaissance with the wind data that we're seeing, I mean, definitely keeping something going on. And it's definitely still as much of a threat as it was before, even with a slight decline in intensity.
Huge cloud tops earlier into the upper minus 80s, minus 89 at one point, and still in that mid-range minus 80s right now. Just wondering whether what we're seeing here, it's all displaced to the northwest. Is it possible that wind shear might be throwing the upper level clouds away from the center and really messing up how well it's stacked?
I mean, that's exactly what it seems like is going to be the case, especially the more, I believe there's even higher shear more west of it. It is going to definitely disrupt the structure a bit more. I'm inclined to believe that'll be the case.
Oh, goodness me. No, I mean, look at this. If you go back to the infrared right now, just I didn't notice this until now, but look on the left side of the storm. It is like a razor's edge there. Wind shear is literally walling the storm in right there, and that could be a major problem for Beryl just after it leaves Jamaica. wind shear looks fierce there.
Yeah, I mean, right now it does seem as though even the HWRF model, which has been very excited about the system,
You don't say.
has caused some weakness.
Watch that closely. Western side looking very beat up by wind shear, but it doesn't really affect the core at the moment properly, and it will still go by Jamaica near this intensity with a lot of power. There's that radar imagery again. Haven't got any new frames in a little while, so I'm hoping we get some soon. It's been a good 40 minutes actually since that last frame, so by now it may well have already made its closest pass to Kingston maybe at this point. It's either has or is doing at this point. So I'm very pleased to say that Kingston will be spared the worst conditions from this hurricane. It did look for a long time or a while that there could have been some, or even a landfall over the capital city of Jamaica. A very powerful landfall it would have been. I know Gilbert was a very devastating storm as well, and it made landfall very close to Kingston too, if I recall. Obviously it was bigger, and as a result it caused a lot more damage, but still in concentrated parts of the south coast of Jamaica we could still see some places receiving winds of up to 140 miles per hour during the course of this afternoon, as it's going to turn out to be. It would have been a morning strike if it ended up being further east and north, but it's going to be more afternoon for the worst conditions in parts of southern Jamaica. Always was that way, but we were just wondering if it would have been a morning landfall. It would have been if it landed further east. In any case, we're about to get the National Hurricane Center's next advisory. That should be out fairly soon. We'll see what they make of that. All of those aircraft readings. We've had tons of flights in there this morning, tons of I-passes. But in general, we've been watching this storm increase in its pressure estimates around 2 millibars per hour. And the latest is it's probably going to be 9:59 at the update. AF306 is still in there. It's just gone out east. I don't know what they're going to do next. And earlier on, NOAA 3 were in the storm. Do we know what they're going to do next? I mean, schedule for further recon flights? I don't know if anyone's got that far yet, but they do have a plan of the day. I'll see if I can.
Yeah, I mean, there is supposed to be more recon going on all day today. Of course, they are continuing their quarterly fixes that they'll be doing every 6 hours for the system. Beyond that point, though, not so sure.
Yeah, just looking. They're going to be sending in a bunch of planes tonight, quite late on.
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising. I mean, they really want to sample the storm structure, especially once it starts facing that stronger bit of shear to the west of Jamaica, and seeing how well that structure holds up, because that'll matter on its intensity once it reaches the Yucatan Peninsula.
Looks like AF306 is bending southeast. Oh, no, it's finished. They finished their mission there. So I think we're going to have a recon gap now till tonight. I assume they planned for this because they expected it would be just... Whoa, that's too noisy.
Just came out.
Are you okay?
Yes, my lord.
All right, we'll have to mute Jose for a little bit. The advisory is out, apparently. That was way too loud for my ears. They're giving 140 miles per hour and a pressure of 959 millibars at the latest advisory. So, yeah, 140 miles per hour, west-northwest at 18. Hurricane conditions about to spread into Jamaica as the eye of Beryl approaches. Expected to approach the Cayman Islands tonight into Thursday. We'll wait for their actual advisory text, but that's the raw info that we've got right now, that they are giving it 140 miles per hour, 959 millibars. Instant reaction from the team.
I'm not surprised.
expecting
I mean,
low.
I think it's fair.
They could have weakened it more, but I mean, it would have been kind of weird if they just dropped it by 15 miles per hour. So I get why they did it.
Yeah, probably. I was expecting a little weaker, but I guess that kind of wind speed's all right.
So still a powerful Category 4 storm, 140 miles per hour, 959 millibars. Hurricane Beryl continues to affect Jamaica this afternoon. And I wonder if that latest frame might be the eye trying to come back there. We'll have to wait for some more frames to figure that out. So this storm moving in and making its very closest pass fairly soon. Is Beryl a Cat 1 right now? It doesn't look like a Cat 4, not even a Cat 2. Oh dear. Well, looks can be deceiving. It's got a long climb down if it's going to get the Category 1 status. Even on a satellite, it is still a Category 3 appearance. So it's still a powerful storm, but stronger winds. They did flight level.
We could move that out of the way a little, you know, and make a look at one couple of the things them we see one, you know. We want to see them right now, so I could show you some couple of things we're going. Yeah, I could show you a couple of things. See? Mm-hmm. Because them have enough things that go on, you know. Enough things that go on. I'm just showing a couple of them. You remember when Zaya talked to me earlier on today? I'm showing you what. You remember when I talked to me earlier on today? This is what I talked to me about, people. This, I'm showing you. I'm showing you right now. This is what I talked to me about, yeah? I'm showing you what I talked to me about. This. Try to talk back. I'm going to try to talk back. You remember when I tell you, say, over down the Independence, flood out and thing? Yes, I'm going to talk to you about this. And the whole place, you know, nothing that going on right now, you know, we should get something that we don't want to person go risk them life too much. For, you know, get them thing. But let me get it after still. See? All right, so because show no where going, yes or no. Show no where going, yes or
We are in Duenipen, which, as you can see, is already severely flooded. We were told at least 20 people live in this vicinity, and wow, this is deep. We have a fallen tree here. We have people here still trying to get their stuff out. We have a family seeking refuge in this truck. Wow, there's water in my water boot. This is deep. This family, you know.
Yeah, I already check on yes or no. Yeah. Hey, fam, what going? Me that's what I think run now from you. Don't get sent to this a bit though. All things.
You know, but they are locked down already.
Oh, nobody down the side already.
Well, the place only Glory and a little jizzing, just minor breeze.
So maybe a next hour before you get it also, yeah.
Yeah. The only difference for say a person still a try to get some food where. So I don't know what I'm to the government alone, so. Yeah, here's a star come and all you need to do as a head of state, you need to inform the people them from early who supply the smaller people them. Ask the good shop them from Monday. Any press conference should I do for a Monday, you know?
Yeah, but we tell them already, you know, you can't say, can remember some people go hustle. Them have to come in and render some assistance to the people them, because some people aren't come out. So right now, they must hungry and look food now.
Yeah, but what may I come on for? Him just come out so now draw a curfew for the people them.
You can't draw a curfew, that another curfew. You can't put you for standstill. You know, them thing, you draw a curfew after, you know, yes.
This morning, I can't tell you that. A lady come and beg me $1,000. Says she want to go buy some flour and something before the place locked down. See? They beg me $1,000 this morning. So how much people like that they both will not have it?
A lot, you know. A lot.
I'm going to tell her that she not go get it, and she says she hears a place downtown we open up and some rice I give her, because she not have flour because you too like the flour thing. So I'm give her a 20-pound package of rice and tell her so she can share it. See? But I still give her the $1,000. But how much somebody can find it?
A lot of people are hungry now, man, and everything, man. So people out to look food and everything right now.
But just make a call to my counselor and I said to him, say, in a cases like this next time, we're going to set some things aside and anything we start package up things and can go give people. We now wait and tell people start come to go prepare, because enough people can't buy it. Enough people now go get it at the supermarket. They have to have their money.
Right, it's bad. It's bad, man. It's bad. You know. I have to make the people them know what I want still, because, you know. I have some local footage. Just go and video some things from the sent to this bit for me, you know.
Oh, they say we can do and send on to you.
All right, sir. Later, brother. Respect.
All right.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. All right, but we just continue watch what you are going to say, man. We continue to see what you're going to say. Look, go open back this.
Truck, this is do anything. This house is completely inundated. Meters deep water. This is the sea. It's windy. We were told most of the residents have already evacuated.
Well, the camera, I'm going to say about cut this cut. Can't cut it cut. Can't do that then already. Then I'm going to show a longer one then. Move this. So that's piece of this. I'll show a longer one than the one here. Alright? Alright. Let me show a longer one than the one there. Alright. Call this. So let's see. Because St. Thomas are going, St. Thomas are chopping up people. St. Thomas are chop. Portland to say, you know, when the thing them come in, we see. When we see a part of the road where them say them fix, not fix it, man. Not fix it. It's part of it. there.
Already tree and tear down. Don't so clear now in that don't press Murphy that over side. That's a go
The same thing in a black tank to a missile now. Talking about them black tank there, you know. Drop down on people to mash them up. Yeah, some of them now been even what it a blow off. I must make sure me say a black tank pan car. Me say black tank pan car, man. Right? I'm gonna show them man some other little things there. This me look on one here. Alright, you know see this already. Them did see this already. Right? Only did see that one here already. So yeah, only did see that one here already. So we not have to show them that one here again. So I'm gonna move this. You see that one there already when I show this up. I think they're showing the one the phone. Let's see this. That boys that them me have all over the place, you know. Let me see which one this one show. Man showing the one with the road. Look on the same road where a billion just spent, right? I remember we have all kind of things under the road. You know, want to show that one day. I want to show. I shown you that already. I remember I showing you close. I want to see one here with the see that one here. Them thing a joke though, you know. Them road there with them see them there. Them road there with them see them be like taxpayers are pay for them thing. Taxpayers. Impossible, man. What's this? Say for the road this. For the road this, I may have shown you. See? Them thing a joke though, you know. I look for the one on the road. Let me see which one that fish. Well, I have I have a lot of clippings, you know, but some of them, I want to show you like the road and, you know, some of the little thing, but them so much I run through. Unbelievable. I feel looking for Jamaica this. I feel looking for Jamaica this. Let me show you how me attack. This. I feel really look like a Pokemon or somebody for what I license plate this. But them a black tank, yeah, you know. I'm really check out this because it's a black tank this much of a car and I don't want to show it. But I just double check it. Want to know where this come from. Yes, want to know where it come from. So we're not sure that. Alright. That a place to black. Let's see that one there. Some people, as I said before, you know, it a go on bad. So me I do just go and collect, knock off, and go and collect in some things that we can take a view. Like the road, look on the road. The road door, terrible man. Like this. Alright, so I look for the right one and show them what I talk about. The main road more want to see, just the main road and they make me talk about this, Cause the one with the main road, it kind of threw me off. And I said, no, this part, this gone bad. See? Gone bad. People, the road itself, shell long, The road, the new road, where them just build shell down. And I say shell long, it's shell down. No two way about it, shell down. So watch out. So as a church, this to all of this kind, okay. Hampton Court, ST, when I'm Hampton Court, these are church people. Enough thing me having about me have to sift through them and make sure before me show, You understand? ST, Hampton Court, them say this. Okay. Hampton Court, that's shell long to, this.
I look Palm Beach. I see it's come up on the road now.
I'm say for that one.
See both them there. There's some of them.
Oh.
Ma, pay on you there.
When I reach down there, say anything about it there.
Oh, watch I see this now road, and I road me stand up and see that. See that now road.
And then we reach at this along the center.
So my boat them there.
See?
Some my boat them. Boat them gone like lake and some of them drop. Some of them drop on a boat. Watch it. I see that. Go see that one out there.
And this is before it start down the so it start go down the side. But me have one away. One to see what bomb bucket. It aye, right. I want bad man. And the one I set here I want bad too. Well, please, it take time. It take time to step up, Set me. Set me. It take time to step up, man. May I see the road. Can't play and tune in on them things. I'm telling you, man, this is not Gilbert or not put Gilbert in this one. Play the tune, just don't put another thing.
This is the roadside fountain in St. Thomas.
Alright, look here.
This is the road, and by all indications, this stretch of the highway.
Okay, so I'm showing you this now. So this moment, I don't see this. This is the highway, yeah? Alright, so we have to show this. Remember, this is a brand new highway. Remember, it have Andrew said about all kind of things on that, Well, some of them things I'm now definitely for use. And let me look on the highway. Because it tell about the highway, man. See, you know, from the highway, you know, so equipped, well, we're not supposed to have the problem. See? And tell me about the highway. So I want to see the highway. See? Then we say next one, the highway. Remember, you know, enough billions are spinning a bit. But we have to pay back, you know. I mean, I'm telling you before, say these people. All right. You have some part of me see the word split, but me show them a little part of this. I have to show you a part of this. Some part of what me see split, you know, and boy, I don't know. And this turn now we can just run through it and see what go on. Like how much billions, yeah, no a man can pocket money now. Do the thing good, be good, you know. And when it's not good, be bad. Play this.
This is in the vicinity of the roadside fountain in St. Thomas. This is the road, and by all indications, this stretch of the highway probably will be impossible in a few hours. Waves are already reaching up to the road.
You say, you know, yeah. This a highway. She will across us what's up, you know. Highway people. I remember under that road it have been cable and it built good and pipe and everything and built so strong and healthy, you know. That you know it had there and keep for a long time. That's what I say, you see, for the peer and talk foolishness, stop it. Get good worker, do the thing one time. So you know, say for the last 50 years or 50 years, more than you just spend billions. And then it turned out to be just a bag of garbage. See? Water could have flood on the road, but it run off. Not do the road. Not Jamaica road them. Man, tear up on all kind of things. You call it highway. They may a joke. Yeah, I have a lot of things I sift through. So what I do is, you know, just sign off, sift through them, and then wait till down when at the evening, then we just come through. Because our people them come through, you know. You understand? I'm a phone full of a lot of things I want to put them together. Yeah. And show them inside. But I want to ask what take place in Jamaica, you know? Yes, man. So if I talk about this, so much waste of money, man. You understand? So much waste of money. You understand? Bargain, traitors at work. We don't understand your thing when you say traitors at work, you know. Because when you say traitors at work, you sound like a big piece of shit. We don't know you're still, but we know you sound like a big piece of shit. You understand? Yeah. So you have a matter of fact, we could just ban you because someone don't know what to talk, you know. Can you just start a bag of shit? Or you know you figure man for just hold and just duck you with a bag of shit too, you know. Yes, man. If you know what you have to type, you know, in a business, you could have twin. He's a piece of shit. Yes, man. You have to just type and type right. Can we take you for a suspect? Right now, so you know, no, so I'm not play with nobody at all. Nobody. You understand? So if you know if you type, can we know if you type now, you know what to flush you. Because you're a big load of shit. Yes, man. See? Yeah, man. Damage, yeah, that's why I said the damage will be huge. See? Yes. Okay, if you're one of them, can we hear some black with that about traitor? And if you're one of them, I put up the traitor at work. When you mash up a country, all you, brother, you come from East Kingston, make sure you know walk past there. He's a piece of shit. Yes. Cause me a different. I tell you this, you know, me a different human being completely, you know. I was traumatized. Me not take that. You understand? Cause you know, whenever I treat it at work without me, cause you have to treat it at work when we show people things. We are take you know for one of the invalid them, one of the big piece of shit. Yes. If you come and you know declare your hand just right like that, no, you know say I straight out, we don't run put nastiness like you, you're just germs. You understand? Yeah man, you have to know where you are around here. We don't run put people none at all. We don't even catch this bullet, none of them, we don't run put nobody. We don't can't mash up the place like this. And you have to be careful where you're right. We only have to play people, yeah? Yes. All right. Just go run my file and you know. We don't play people. We don't play no kind of germs. Nobody at all. Yeah? All right. I remember, you know, if I repeat germs and things like what germs I say, you know, so right away I get flushing. Yes. That's a good one. We live in the wilderness because in front of you don't right. Some arts at some fuck because we not deal with it. Yeah. Yeah, man. Say? Yeah, say Barrington. Yes, man. Yeah, man. So, you know, you see, when we see that the word when does right, the as a traitors at work, if you talk about the government, you just can't name, but you know, come up here and put traitors. When the road mash up and the people them at one, you just put up something where you give you one wrong indication and you just put up something like this. Let me tell you something, man. We don't play people here. No follow none of them. No follow no sperm whale and nobody. We don't play people. Me not play nobody. You understand? Yes, man. Just go lay some egg and go hold your corner. Yes, man. Because we're about to take the biggest piece of shit. See? Yes. So, go on here, so. When you carry on with some other people, not try it with me. Me not play none time. Yeah? All right. Yes. No, you have to tell them the truth, you know, because people them are get hurt, you know. Not true, Vickers. Eh? I have to tell them, man. See? Yeah, man. This is a different man, you know. When we attack, so the guy can use reverse psychology and write anything when feel like on you. So that's why just be the one thing I write what you want to write. Don't listen. You understand? But don't come on here. Especially you see what people them. And by the way, honest for only for every account. If one somebody did out of Jamaica, you were all responsible for this. Yeah, your government. You understand? Yeah, you work this government. It's bad. Should I do better than this? No, say go. Eh? Yeah. Yes, the trees are breaking. Yeah, man. We soon get, as I say, I have a lot of things when I run through. So I soon go run through them and then deal with the way I deal with it, you know? Yes. You understand? I think the government want people to clean up some criminal accounting. Because you have some little people, you have some little minions, you know. It's true them I get money and them get a contract and them to cutting to them feel that them cannot go around hide under some name and put up something. Someone want to forget, hey, want to forget sentence. I mean, say 100 lashes, poor look at nastiness. Yes, can you sell out the country? Yes, just sell out the people them and mash up taxpayers' money and self-centered. Yeah, man, me say 100 lashes, man. For go in and then 100 years, I want to come out if you leave it out. Make it 100 come out too. Nah, shit. Yeah, man, not good. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I said there, you know. They said there for the renegade, you know. Yeah, man, I will this man. You see? Yeah, man. So I go through some things with some people there, and I remember, you know, I talk about one of them things that we're looking at in our conference. I know I have to do what I do. Yes. Coming up on the 26th. See? And then I hear this though. Remember we have foundation. Right? So I tell the people them who have foundation, when I do things, and anybody who I do some things, some of our brothers and sisters and family and friends in Jamaica, we not give government no money, not even a cent. Don't give government no money. You understand? You have foundation live overseas. Use the foundation and when you have a bill, if you buy a black and cement or buy back something for fix back house or anything, you make sure send go buy that, fix it and who you pay. Now say no give no government. Nah do it. You understand? them for go away. Play this.
Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, in association with the Global Jamaican Diaspora Council, presents on the 26th of July 2024 Jamaicans and Friends of Jamaica. Join us in conference as we speak against corruption, crime, poverty, failed healthcare, poor education, and injustice in Jamaica. This takes place on the 26th of July at 1320 Ellesmere Road, Ontario, Canada. This conference starts 3 till 10 p.m. Guest speakers on the day: Wayne Lonesome, Will Rattigan, Mystic Sensation, Herb Nelson Jr., Aromatic, Sister Maria, Jamaican Carlos, Dr. Rupert Francis, Jeffrey Tavares, and more. This is going to be a very important event for all Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica. Don't miss this event if you care about our country. Jamaicans in the diaspora, we can make a difference.
Yeah, man, we are some man, keep it real and honest, man. So man, just go and get up my thing, them and then become knock it, yeah? Yeah, man.
We in lump sum, we a beat it till the hammer burn. We now make them get in a them and again. None of them boy, we none of them. We alone some rise up the bomber.
Original 40 said no, we not take rough up the cock. From the other day, them face them a puff up. That they three little pig and the old fire off up. If them flip like a fool and leave them get crushed up. Meta, shut your beat, no speak, you meta hush up. Street furniture, everything's a get dust up. Limbs and shove, everything's a get brush up. When you see original Eastman, you must not fuck away. Lyrically inclined, be a metaphor, so no listen to.
Yeah, renegade. Later, put my thing them together, yeah? All right, me up. I'm out.